Hello, everyone. We're going to get started with the meeting, and if we could begin with a roll call check.
Commissioner Bauer,
Here.
Commissioner McKeerling,
Here.
Commissioner Kevin Kelly is not here yet, and he will be presenting. He will be participating via Zoom, and when he arrives, I'll let the chair know. Sorry. Commissioner Kelly will be participating online. He is currently not here, but once he arrives, I will let the chair know. Hello? Can you hear me now? Okay. Sorry about that. So Commissioner Kevin Kelly will be participating today online. He's currently not here, but when he arrives, I'll let the chair know. Commissioner Rackison,
Here.
Commissioner Wisman,
Here.
Vice Mayor Cater Thompson,
Here.
Chair Hooper.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. With that, we're going to roll into general public comment. But before we get into general public comment, I did want to make one note at the top of the meeting. Originally, this meeting, it's working a lot better now. Originally, this meeting was noted to be a joint study session of Planning Commission and the Historic and Cultural Preservation Committee. There was an issue with quorum for the Historic and Cultural Preservation Committee that made it impossible for them to fully meet with us tonight. The members who could be present, are in the audience, however. The reason we are moving forward with a Planning Commission study session is because there is enough material here for us to look at that we felt important to continue moving with this and to have this discussion. Tonight's meeting is only a study session. We will not be taking any direct action. We will be asking questions, evaluating, and giving feedback to staff, and of course, taking public testimony. There will be a follow-up study session with the Historic and Cultural Preservation Committee. So this will end up allowing for 2 study sessions for this proposed overlay. And even when we've gotten through both study sessions, I just want to give a reminder for the process. After that is wrapped up, staff will bring back an updated overlay ordinance. We will take the Historic and Cultural Preservation Committee will take a look, make a recommendation to planning. Planning will take a look and then make a recommendation to the city council. So there are many steps in this process yet to come. I just wanted to give you that context in case you were wondering why the meeting changed a little bit. And with that, we will now be accepting public comment. And just as a reminder, general public comment is for any items within the Planning Commission's purview that aren't on the agenda tonight. If your comments are specifically about the overlay, you'll want to save that for a little bit later in the meeting. With that in mind, I have several speaker cards right now to start with, so I'm going to begin with Tom. And if you want to present a general public comment now, please grab a yellow card and give it over to the clerk. Thank you. But we'll begin with Tom.
Chair, sorry to interrupt. Also to note, we did receive one general public comment prior to the meeting. It was posted online, and it is available for the community members in the dais in the back. It's available in the dais in the back. The general public comment, which was received prior to the meeting and is also posted online.
Thank you very much. Is Tom Bornheimer here? Oh, it's for the agenda item? Okay. All right. Now I'm just looking to see if we have anything that is general in this list. We do have one. Is it Diane or Dwayne? I apologize if it's either a U or an E. Bellinger? Thank you.
Are you catching this? Okay. Yeah, I'm Dwayne. I want to talk about a topic that has been on my mind for quite some time, and that is the sea level rise, the effect on our planning, the floods, the design of the city, and mobile home parks. One of the first things I became aware of here at Petaluma many years ago is that we built a mobile home park in a floodway, allow people to invest their life savings in them, and then we put them underwater a couple times a decade. And with the ocean rising and with storms becoming more erratic, that's likely to be more of a problem. And I think that there's some solutions here, and there's a solution also to the situation that we've decided that mobile home people should be treated in the worst of our financial system, that is, they should just own their house, life savings invested, but the people who own the land can raise their rents. You don't see that happen with condominiums. You don't have the landowner. You have a relationship with the land with a condominium where you pay and you pay for the improvement in your taxes. I would suggest that we build some mobile home parks and allow people to move there whose houses they're being outrageously overcharged with, that we zone some land for mobile home parks that will be condominiums, that the land would be owned by the group of people who buy into it, and that they be allowed to set their monthly fees based upon what's needed in order to keep up the amenities. I would suggest a location right across from Leisure Lake Village. Can you imagine naming a mobile home park Leisure Lake Village and people don't figure out it's going underwater? Right across from it, directly to the, I guess, west of Leisure, there's some land there, zone it and buy the land and put it in as a trust and put it as a condominium. Or on the other side of the freeway, in the 90-acre expansion area around the Corona station, require that 4 or 5 acres of that 90 acres be a condominium style for mobile homes and allow the people to move there. And that's the economic system we should have designed. If we're going to allow people to build in a floodway, well, that's absurd. Anyway, don't say that. If we are, we should prohibit any building in the floodway, anything within 10 feet of high tide. It's just absurd, and there's no reason we can't come up with a better economic model for treatment of the retirees.
Thank you very much. And now we'll hear from Todd.
Hi, my comment is sort of referring to the M Group and going back to the whole reason this hotel is being put forth for us is determined by the M Group. And I find it interesting that the M Group was actually advertising the hotel on their website, promoting it as though it had already been sold. And now I understand that has been taken down. But, the M Group gets a certain percentage of, whatever they approve. And I'd like to know, how much money does the M Group make on, approving these projects? What is their percentage? What's their cut? And, they're almost carte blanche, have rights to do whatever, just bring it before the city council. So I'm just curious to know about that.
Thank you, Todd. Now, Veronica.
Good evening, everyone. I just wanted to ask the question about objective design standards for our community. What is the process going to be, and is there some sort of timeline that we can be told so that the community could have some advance notice as to when this is happening, how it's happening? Are there going to be charrettes? Are there going to be what is the process? Because we currently have our housing element approved and we have no objective design standards, which means that if a development comes through, we don't have any way to protect ourselves in terms of design. So I would really appreciate it if we could get kind of an idea of the timing and when is that happening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And with that, that's the end of our general public comments. We're now going to move on to the approval of the minutes. Were there any edits from the commissioners?
And Chair, real quick, I do want to address one of the public comments regarding M Group's percentage of pay for approved projects. The contracts have been out there in the public records, but M Group does not get any percentage of any approved projects. They get paid on an hourly basis. So I think that's all I want to say. Andrew, any? Oh, okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. We'll go back to the approval of the minutes. Are there any changes or recommendations from the committee? Okay. With that, do we need a roll call vote for our minutes approval?
I believe we typically do that, yes.
Okay. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Bauer,
Yes.
Commissioner McKeerlane,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly absent, Commissioner Rackison,
Yes.
Commissioner Wisman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cater Thompson,
Yes.
Chair Hooper.
Yes.
Minutes are approved.
Okay, and with that, we're now going to be moving into the primary item of the night, which I'm guessing is why many of you are here, which will be our study session. Before we get to staff presentation, I did just want to make a note about the process for our discussion. We have a lot to discuss tonight, so I want to make sure we have a structured process to ensure that one of the outcomes of tonight is that we have clear feedback for staff and that the public also feel heard in this process. So what we're going to do over the next little bit, first we're going to hear the presentation from our staff, then we're going to open it up to commissioners for questions. Following commissioner questions, the public will be able to make comments on the proposed overlay. Following that, we will then have commissioner discussion. Now, this will be a little more interactive because it is a discussion session. And for the discussion, we're going to move through the 4 priority topics that were listed in our staff report that staff were looking for direct feedback from. So we're going to start with talking about subareas, then height, then setbacks, then the incentivization of new housing, and then we will have kind of a catch-all end discussion item for other concerns or topic areas that commissioners want to discuss before we conclude this part of the agenda. This way, we will hopefully avoid the more common element of these meetings, which is a handful of people going in circles. We'll try and stick to specific topics for this item. So with that in mind, we will get started with the staff presentation.
Thank you, Chair Hooper. Can everyone hear me in the audience? All right. Good evening, Commissioners, Vice Mayor Cater Thompson, as well as fellow community members here with us today. My name is Brian O. I am the city's Director of Community Development. I am joined here as part of the staff presenting on the overlay, and so joined here with Isabel Castellano, as well as Greg Powell, who will also be joining me as part of this presentation. All right. Next slide, please. So as Chair Hooper, this needs to be higher. Okay, as Chair Hooper stated, at the onset, this is very much one step in a multi-layered and multi-engaged process here with the community. And so I know that there has been a lot of discussion, both online, both in person, with a handful of recent community meetings within our downtown, as well as our June 13th study session here with the Joint Planning Commission, as well as our Historic and Cultural Preservation Committee. Also wanted to just recognize in the audience and just grateful for the participation, even though we did not have quorum. And we're looking forward to a follow-up conversation as well with that committee with a keen focus on historic preservation. And so the purpose of tonight is to consider, or for Planning Commission to consider, both staff presentation, staff preparation, as well as community comments, and to consider those comments, proposed non-binding comments on the project itself. Again, no action nor no decision will be made tonight. And all comments, all discussion is really meant to help inform and continue the city through this public process here. And so there's going to be multiple touch points, and so we're grateful for your participation this evening. Next slide, Isabel. So before we jump into the overlay itself, wanted to just provide a little bit of context. And so if you had a chance to look at the staff report, as well as our previous work that has been published, a lot of thought and a lot of mindfulness into how the community has been responsive and how they have wanted downtown Petaluma to evolve and to work for not just our visitors that work and play here within our community, but also ensuring that it's a vibrant downtown that works for us. And so step one in that process, on any given day when you walk through our downtown, you also can't help but identify, at least here with some planners and just local city staff, some of the opportunities downtown. And so part of this, absolutely predates the discussions around the hotel. We have some examples here that were put together by Paige, one of the consultants. And so this was really our starting point. How do we recognize and respect the history, the tradition, the historic significance of our downtown and its buildings and its urban design, but also recognizing that it's meant to evolve and it's meant to adapt and it's meant to grow alongside this community. And so again, a couple examples here, vacant lots, underutilized businesses, as well as a number of surface lots more geared towards parking. I think we've also had not just in the current general plan, but also as we start to make progress on the general plan update, just a real clear interest from the community to make it a vibrant, walkable, more economically viable downtown. And so for all those reasons, we're here before this commission today. Isabel, next slide. Building heights, again, this is essentially the crux of the discussion and concerns. We field questions, comments from the community on a daily basis. So just wanted to provide that assurance that this is very much a inclusive and engaged process. We'll continue to make those assurances so that all our community members' voices are heard. And one of those things is around heights. How tall, how big should our downtown, or could our downtown evolve into? And so, this sort of provides a little bit of, some of our historic landmark structures, both in along Petaluma Boulevard, but also other parts of our downtown core. And so, again, going sort of through this thought process of looking at what's historic, what's existing, the context of each of those buildings with respect to the greater downtown. Next slide. And so part of that report that was published last month went through this preliminary exercise of how tall we really are. And so here's a few examples, primarily focused on our boulevard and just approximate heights for our existing buildings. And so starting from the south end, and so to your left if you're watching the screen, Mystic Theater, approximately 42 feet, and just being mindful of the age of these buildings, the different era and context that these were constructed. But you see a nice range here, anywhere between 40 upwards to over 60 feet with the Mutual Relief Building right off the corner of Western. Next slide. Again, just being mindful of context. It matters, where the overlay is has been presented. It matters how we refine it. And so, again, going through a thoughtful process of the different heights, but also the history and the architecture. And so, again, this was a key consideration that went into not just the initial overlay, but the revised overlay that we will discuss in more detail here shortly. Next slide. So as a staff, we again have been fielding a number of questions, concerns, comments, and so we've tried our best. This is an iterative document. It's a living document. It's currently on our website, the project page for the zoning overlay proposal. And so we provided a link to this within our staff report, and we're hopeful that it addresses a number of the questions and concerns. Again, we'll continue to refine this document as new concerns and new questions arise. But if you haven't had a chance to take a look at this document, I would highly encourage you to take a look at it just to learn more about all about this process. Next slide. We'll go into detail, but wanted to just end with a sort of high-level summary of what's existing. And so what's missing on this slide is present-day downtown Petaluma as it exists. And there's a distinction there to be made of what you see and what is currently by right, essentially. So if a project wanted to come in by right, they essentially have to follow that far left column. And so MU2 is the mixed use zoning designation. This is a zoning designation that recognizes the need to balance residential as well as non-residential to provide that vibrancy. And so you see a lot of this zone across the city. And so here's just sort of the top level highlights of what that zoning designation identifies or presents. In the middle, that middle column is the initial overlay that was published by staff back in June, and it also was a good opportunity for us to really hear from the community, make sure that this revised proposal is responsive to a number of those concerns. And again, we can continue to iterate and evolve what this overlay could potentially look like. And so the big changes I wanted to highlight there, you see them in the gray highlight. And so initially, the proposal was what you can do now, 45 feet. In June, the proposal, what we wanted to study was 60 feet by right with additional criteria to consider for a building up to 75 feet. And so, again, a lot of really great discussion. We're so grateful for the discussion that has taken place. The big key change here with the proposal that we want to discuss and put on the table today, retain the 45 feet, as is now, But should a project want to get a discretionary action, a follow-up action to this, they could potentially submit something at 60 feet only with a conditional use permit. And so this is something, again, that would have to come before the Planning Commission here as a discretionary action. We also heard some interest in the comments about, we could be okay with the height, but we want to make sure that there is a balance that is, not just visitor serving. So if a potential hotel were to come through, how do we make sure that there's public benefit? How do we make sure that it's something that is also a benefit for the residents of Petaluma? And so part of that went into this proposal. A project could essentially seek an additional 15 feet, would still need to go through a use permit, a discretionary action, but would also have to demonstrate that it indeed would benefit the larger public and the local community. A key difference between what can happen now versus what could potentially happen with the overlay, there currently are a list of exceptions to the height limit of 45. And part of this proposal here would ensure that what's discussed here, both with the community, with the commission, whatever the height limits look like, whatever the design ends up looking like, there will be no exceptions to that height. And so what you see, what we've agreed upon is the limit. The other key changes here that haven't changed from the revision compared to what was presented back in June is the step back for a building. And so we heard a lot of concerns about the public realm, the pedestrian realm. How do we make sure that there is a intentional design to be mindful of a building massing, a building size, to make sure that it just is in alignment with the rest of downtown. So that hasn't changed. So that's what you see there, upper floor step backs. Lot coverage has not changed as well. And so the proposal continues to propose 100% lot coverage. Again, this is similar to a number of buildings currently along Petaluma Boulevard, as well as the floor area ratio there has remained unchanged since June. And so those are the highlights. Happy to refer back to this slide. We also will start to go into more detail as part of the discussion. But for now, I will turn it over to Isabel to talk through a little bit more and provide some context for how we got here. Isabel?
Thank you, Brian. And from the discussion of the overlay, I did want to provide a summary in the works for downtown and economic opportunities. The previous slide showed different areas within the city of opportunities, whether they are in the downtown and provide aesthetics opportunities or economics, increasing building opportunities. And as part of the regulations that we do have with City of Petaluma, we do have the general plan established from 2025, and we are currently in a process of a general plan update. Those are similar in terms of goals and policies carrying over from 2025, and they also include topics that relate to our discussion today in terms of land use, open space, conservation, housing, circulation, noise, and safety. So in terms of the efforts for the general plan, we have opportunities to address and have that creativity of how an overlay could increase building and use of a lot, such as the overlays that we'll discuss today. And similarly, written within the goals of the general plan, update as well, it focuses on advancing the downtown in Petaluma. So one of the established goals already within the general plan is focusing on a civic and cultural activity areas within the community that we can really promote efficiency in terms of infill development, encourage mixed use, and encourage building forms that work for the activities that we use in today's time. The general plan also has key issues in terms of a variety of work that overlays could potentially increase in development, and that includes issues for increasing economic health, infill, growth projections, mobility, public facilities, and sustainability. In terms of the summary and the work of this particular overlay and their efforts, most does apply to guiding principles as outlined in the staff report as well briefly in today's presentation. Those guidelines, again, are really in efforts to enhance what we have in the historic character, really foster and promote diversity in various locations within the city and in adjacent to historic districts. And as planners, we are here to really study and implement to see where those opportunities are. And this is part of the process. As we've discussed, this is a study session, bringing the information forward to the public, addressing how we've come to this moment in time with this application, bringing forward study materials. The exhibits as well expressed the study area that we began with, including the mixed uses within the general plan and how we can implement that through an overlay. And the use of an overlay is nothing new. We do have that already within the city, which it creates and provides additional regulations above the existing. So that does not remove anything that we have already in play. With the IZO or any general plans, but it can enhance and provide that additional support. And briefly to summarize, again, the consistency that we see throughout the general plan and providing those opportunities and increasing the opportunities in the downtown area. With this implementation of an overlay, there are amendments that are required, and that includes the general plan amendment to increase allowable FAR, and it also would include in this process a zoning text amendment. So to briefly summarize, this is a study session. We are studying various areas, bringing forward drafts of potential amendments in that extensive table that we had that Brian discussed over. And that is a process going back and forth through the studies, through the technical studies, coming up with the appropriate amendments to what is in play, and establishing that within the city for those opportunities to become available. And I'd like to pass it forward now to the discussion to partner Greg Powell.
Thank you, and good evening. If anyone can't hear me, just let me know and I'll speak up. So the next phase of tonight's presentation is the discussion of location and various factors that influence the overlay. And the four questions that we're looking for feedback from the Planning Commission and the community tonight is, what specific sub-areas or sub-area meet the project's intent? Should height be allowed over 45 feet as described within, or should there be a different process or a different height limit? The third question is, are the step backs proposed in the overlay adequate to preserve the integrity of adjacent historic resources and or residential uses? And then are there opportunities to further incentivize new housing? So the first question that we're looking for feedback on is the location. And we're going to turn to a new slide. After the June meeting, one of the factors that we started with when we were refining the sort of the extent of the overlay, and the image that you see on the screen today shows the study area in the blue dashed line, just to orient everyone. And there's now 3 sub-areas proposed to be part of the overlay instead of just one block of a overlay district. So when we were refining where to propose the overlay in downtown, we started with looking at what are the opportunity sites? What are the sites that are either underperforming under the existing zoning? What sites are more paid for parking or low-rise buildings or just plain vacant? And using that sort of measure, we came up with these 3 sub-areas. Flip to the next slide, please. The other factor we looked at when redefining the overlay extent within the downtown area was listening to the community and the HCPC's comments about preservation of historic resources. So the 3 overlays that are shown on the screen here largely avoid the downtown historic district and completely avoid the A Street Historic District. There's a couple of exceptions to the historic district and the new sub-areas is that sub-area A overlaps with 3 parcels that are in the historic district, but there's no contributing resources within those 3 lots. Sub-area B overlaps with 1 parcel that's in the historic district. Like sub-area A, sub-area B, there is not a historic resource on that lot. It's a bank. It's a newer bank. It's contemporary. Sub-area C completely avoids any portions of the historic district, but it does abut it via an alley, and that's shown in sub-area C. So you can go back to one screen. So just kind of going back, we looked at the opportunity sites and then avoiding the historic districts and avoiding the residential concentrations that were present in the prior overlay to propose sub-areas A, B, and C. And I'd like to stop there and say I think this is our first point where we're looking for sort of some discussion and feedback on, are we looking in the right direction? Is the trend to these 3 sub-areas, or should we look towards a different configuration of sub-areas? And that's this is the highlight of the first question. And can you want to ask the questions or just Oh, yeah. Thank you. And so this is where I get to turn it back over to the chair to say, we'd like to hear from you guys. Are there comments on these 3 overlays? Can we have a discussion at this point using this study session map that's on the screen now? Please.
All right. With that in mind, I will start on my left with Heidi.
All right, well, thank you. Are we just going to go point by point, just starting with the sub-area conversation now, or do you want to?
This is just for the first question. So right now, we're just asking questions and giving feedback for the first question on
Okay,
sub-areas.
so we're just going to go on questions now. I'm just curious about how sub-area C, how the boundaries were determined.
Great question. Can you go back to the opportunity sites? And hopefully it doesn't seem like I'm beating this to death, but. Oh. Can we zoom in? But we're going to zoom in on this.
Bear with us a
Go to
moment
exhibit.
while they zoom in to get something a little more legible.
I apologize. Yeah. Sub-area C looks huge on my screen, so I apologize. It's not the same for you guys. So we're now referring to one of the exhibits that was attached to the staff report and published last Tuesday. And it's going to be so big, I'll take my glasses off. And we can zoom in a little bit more. Yeah. So the question is how did we define sub-area C? The first thing we looked at was the opportunity sites. And in sub-area C, there's 4 or 5 parcels that have either a higher ratio of surface parking or single-story development. Also, sub-area C completely avoids the downtown historic district. And sub-area C is carved out of the original overlay, which included all of the blocks around it. But it's a lower rise area with surface parking lots. And it also opens up an opportunity along Washington Street to sort of continue the downtown feeling that's present closer to Petaluma Boulevard and kind of present north of Washington Street, but really absent on some of these parcels south of Washington Street as you go to the west towards Howard. So just for the public's benefit, are there any questions about which streets are included or the blocks, the extent? Okay. So sub-area C abuts Washington Street along its northern edge, extends west to, and I always pause on how to pronounce this street, but Keokuk Street. As you can see, can we do the mouse on it? Does that work? So I'm talking about this area here, and then it extends southerly to the sort of the dead end of Keokuk and then moves towards the east to connect to Liberty Street. What's that? Oh. That's interesting.
Okay, folks,
So,
folks, I understand there's a desire for clarity. We are going to have a public comment section for further questions. I am going to ask that in going through the sub-areas, if you could please give clear detail on the streets that are in those sub-areas and any landmarks that might be able to help people who are present, that would be helpful. But I do want to ask the public, I understand there's a lot of focus on this item tonight, but if we could please minimize kind of shouting out during the presentation or during this, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Chair Hooper, can I just make one comment? Just for clarification, C is where the Phoenix Theater is, Petaluma Market, and where the orthodontist is on the corner.
thank you. And it's a good point from the public. I apologize for not being more clear about what is the extent of Area C. So just to continue, the northern boundary is Washington, extends to the south along Western, and includes the city's parking garage that abuts, or sort of confronts the Petaluma Market's parking lot on Keller Street.
Okay, great, yeah, thank you. I have a lot of other questions regarding some of the other items, but that's all I have right now on the sub-areas.
Thank you very much. Roger?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how we're handling this, but you hear me okay? In Mr. O's presentation, was discussing underutilized parcels. There's no clarity on why they're underutilized or what the issue is, or any discussions with the landowners, or any understanding of what the problem is. So, I don't know, do they need to answer now, or we just have a ask questions?
I mean, this is the time to ask questions about the
Sounded like a
sub-area
question.
question, but it does sound like a question, so I think you're good.
Okay.
I can feel that. Thanks, Commissioner. There's a number of reasons, much like everything, why there's underutilization of sites. Ultimately, these are all private properties. And so clearly what we have today, we have a whole roster of different trusts, different families, different private property owners, and as part of their, different decision making, some get reinvested, some get redeveloped. That's really, where we essentially draw a line as city staff. Is we want to really hear the feedback, hear the concerns, and try to create a planning environment to make that happen. And so sometimes it doesn't happen. And so, there's a number of those sites there, whether it's economic, whether it's lack of funds, or the market, or speculation, or all of the above, or some combination of the above, is what contributes to underutilization, underinvestment. So yeah, I'll stop there.
Okay. Well, I guess I think it's important to know all of the above before we start making identifications. The general plan presentation by the staff talked about economic health and infill opportunities. I've heard nothing about what the economic health is, or what the economic demand is, or where the development is going to come from, or what the type of development is going to happen. It seems like it's a solution, but we don't understand the problem. And so how you pick a sub-area without knowing what it is you're trying to solve is difficult for me to figure out. I could say sub-area A makes more sense because it only deals with a limited amount of area and does a little limited amount of impact, because it may allow the hotel to proceed. But the rest of it, I just don't understand why we wouldn't go through a more diligent evaluation of economic conditions, market conditions, what's likely to happen, why is downtown like it is, and where's the commercial world going? And there's so many questions that need to be part of this that aren't part of this. So I just think we need more depth before we can pick a solution. But of the three, A is more my direction.
One thing I would like to point out, a lot of what we're doing right now is just focusing on the question portion, and then we're going to go through our comments and direct feedback after. But I do, in Roger's comment, he did hit a question that I had with more phrased as a statement. But what economic analysis had been done when determining the underutilized spots? I have to imagine that actually took place. So what data did the city work with? And I appreciate the answer you gave for how you determined an underutilized space, but it was a little bit general. Can you give a more specific list of how each site was picked, going from A to C?
Hello. For fear of repeating myself,
Go right ahead.
Some of the opportunity sites are just from a windshield survey, you look at it and it's a fenced site and the building is vacant.
Right.
It looks like it's underutilized for that reason. There's something that's in the economic considerations of the property owner that they've chosen or are unable to re-tenant it. So we see that as an opportunity site for something new to happen. A high number of, a ratio of asphalt parking lots to building is something that we look at and think, well, that site to some people's eyes is underperforming from what the zoning would want, and that the zoning would want up to an FAR of 2.5. Maybe the FAR present is less than 0.5. That's underperforming based on what the general plan and the zoning would want. Some of the sites were also looked at for consideration of how, are they disruptive sort of to the pedestrian experience? Some of the, like the 7-Eleven, high number of driveways, building setback from the street. You can't really see into the tenant space. I'm not maligning 7-Elevens in general, but just from a downtown pedestrian-oriented sort of land use, that site, to me at least, seemed like an opportunity site for something different because it's in the downtown. At least it's also the gateway to the downtown. It's the first parcel when you're coming from the south. Another opportunity site is it's just vacant. And as everyone knows in Petaluma, the hotel site at B and Petaluma Boulevard South has been vacant for, 14 years, I think. Maybe it's not that long, 11 years. Clear opportunity site. And there's in sub-area C.
Could you put up what you're looking at?
Share the screen.
I'm actually just staring off into space, but
Oh, yes, if during this discussion, could you keep the opportunity site map up on the screen during the rest of this part of the discussion?
Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Yes, so, and, looking at sub-area B, banks are an important use in a downtown, but given that they're surrounded by other tall buildings where there's multi-stories, 100% lot coverage, having a bank, single-story, single-use type of use, underutilizes it based on what you would want in a downtown. And typical other sites in downtown where there's a bank, there might be offices upstairs, medical offices, or just general office, instead of it just being a single use of the site. And if I can do this without causing motion sickness, we'll slide over to sub-area A. I highlighted that a little bit earlier, but, whoops, sorry. Sub-area A has a vacant corner parcel in downtown. That's a bad thing for, being, that's a grade A property for saying that's underutilized. We talked about the other block in sub-area A where there's the fence sites, the vacant restaurant buildings, the now Bank of the West site, it's vacant. So that is now an opportunity site that wasn't present before, now that they've moved on. So
I think that definitely clears up that the baseline decision for an opportunity site, minus obviously pulling back from the historic overlay, was also looking at spots that are either single story, too much parking, or just empty. My other question related to that then, we're specifically talking about 5 and 6 stories. So what does the economic analysis look like to connect, okay, it's an underutilized site, but what makes it a good site for a higher level threshold?
So as part of the overlay planning to date, there hasn't been a specific economic analysis. It is a overlay, and so what one consideration or one thing that I would ask the Planning Commission to consider, in many ways, this effort is tied to a potential project that is currently under discussion, and so that's not something that the city has ever shied away from, making sort of that connection. And so it's not to say that every single project will bring economic benefits that have been identified with that proposed hotel. But that is one example to compare. The other thing that I hope came across in my initial comments, but this question about economic vitality, economic health, a changing downtown. I mean, yes, there's a dollar sign attached to it, and we can do a fiscal analysis. One thing that we are working on and we'll actually bring to Planning Commission, but first we're going to take it to the General Plan Advisory Committee, is as part of the general plan update, we have a market analysis that has been done on residential, both affordable and market rate. And so, trying to answer this question about how big should we grow, how should we grow, and what type of housing should be provided, it does provide a pretty stark reality on what it takes to build, not just here in the city of Petaluma, but also in the North Bay, what the market will be willing to accept. And so all of that factors into where we're at today. Clearly there are projects now or parcels within all of downtown, within all of the city, for a number of reasons that haven't maximized or taken advantage of the existing zoning, right? And so we don't have, as much as, and we're looking at this opportunity site overlay in the original study area, that's the dotted blue, everything inside the dotted blue. It is zoned mixed use, MU2. That allows for 45 feet. That's not the case. That's not the reality. It's been over 10 years since, a more holistic planning effort, which helped produce the SMART code. And so you would think that, if the market was responsive to that initial zoning overlay, if you will, we would have seen much more change. And so I think we've changed. We've sort of evolved in a good way. The market has been responsive to some key sites, but in large, we really do see this overlay as an opportunity, an economic opportunity, not just for non-residential, but also for the possibility of bringing more housing units online in downtown Petaluma.
Thank you for the clarification. And that does track trying to connect opportunity zones with areas where we've had poor performance to try and build out or develop appropriately in the downtown. I know, especially with where the hotel site is currently, that's been an area fraught with near misses over the last, I want to say, nearly 10 years at this point. Have the other overlay sites had the same kind of spotty development history? I know Site B has been a bank for as long as I can remember. I think it was a Washington Mutual before it was a Chase. But what about for the C overlay?
So Commissioner, so B is, there's two banks there. So again, as Greg identified, in the heart of downtown, this was an opportunity for us to look at sort of single story in a changing economy where we do banking online. Again, a lot of reasons why we came up with the sub area B. For C, as both Isabel and Greg identified, there are a number of vacant lots currently on the market, as well as off the market, and also, again, single story, I would imagine much more outdated office type buildings throughout, and then also the parking garage. That's not to say that we think everything within each of these sub areas would get redeveloped, but again, wanted to provide, we wanted to have a thoughtful process when we wanted to identify these three sites. And so that's sort of the thinking that went into all three of them.
All right, thank you. Darren?
Yeah, and just to clarify, I've got some questions that are kind of about the whole process. Is there going to be a time for that? Should I try to shoehorn them into?
There's going to be a time for that.
Okay.
So for now,
Okay, got it.
stick with
We'll stick
overlay
with
questions.
Okay. We won't go too off the reservation here. So one of my questions had to do with, there was a public comment that came in about spot zoning, and also in looking at zoning overlays around the country. I didn't find one that wasn't contiguous. So can you describe or maybe just give us a quick primer on spot zoning, how we're avoiding that? If we limited it to something like a B or an A, would we be in any danger? Just kind of get that issue out in the open.
And I can try to address that if that's okay,
Please.
Brian. Yeah, so there have been some recent cases in spot zoning. I'm thinking there was a recent case in Sacramento. But essentially, if we are providing more rights to these properties for more uses, which that would be here to go up, that would not be considered spot zoning, as well as if the city is able to come up with a legitimate use of its police powers here for why the city chose these spots. So I don't believe there would be any concern about spot zoning because the city would have a legitimate purpose and it would be providing more uses for these properties. So if the Planning Commission decided to just go with sub-area A, that would be okay.
Okay, great. And then kind of going along with that question, in reading from the Center for Land Use Education, one of the criterion they look at is that the tool is perceived as fair for all properties, and the criteria for delineating the zones are straightforward and justified. So in deciding the overlay district, do we feel like the fact that there are underutilized parcels, is that kind of the criteria? Or do we think we have a pretty straightforward reason, like, hey, here's why we chose A, B, and C? Does that feel strong enough right now for staff?
Yes, I mean, in an ideal world, it's a perfect square, but as you can see in any of our planning documents, the planning process doesn't typically fit so neatly, but we do, just to double down and reaffirm the thought process that went into proposing here A, B, and C.
And then for Area A, that obviously touches on one of the historic districts. Do we have a sense, and I know it sounds like there is a historical resources inventory incoming, do we have any insight as to what area would have potentially the greatest impact on any of Petaluma's historical status, whether we're talking the federal, state level? Is there any sense of that, or do we have to wait for that inventory?
Yes, I'd like to provide a response towards the concerns for historic resources in this overlay effort. We do understand the need for various technical studies and an in-depth archival search and on-site investigations. So I will be talking a bit about that briefly in our presentation, but we are taking appropriate measures to get the appropriate consultants to provide that type of information of analyzing and providing understanding of those potential impacts. I'd like to also describe that this overlay is applied to our current regulations, so it's not removing any discretionary review that is already established within our IZO and regulatory framework. So that would not provide any more negative impacts but we are providing those technical studies, and that is part of the process. So happy to describe that towards the end of the conversation.
Okay, I won't jump the gun there, but obviously that would really impact a decision of a sub area if it is going to have obviously we need to avoid it if it's going to impact our historical status in some way. Are we giving commentary on which area we prefer? I mean, I think I signaled.
I mean, you can, but I suspect we're going to go through this whole part of the presentation and there might be different perspectives. So I think it's better we do questions now and then we're going to have the actual discussion after public comment.
Okay. Okay, fantastic. Well, then a lot of my other questions are general, not applying to this one question. So that's it for me.
Couple quick ones. Just to clarify, so the overlay that we're speaking of, what we're talking about is whether it would apply to a single one of these sub areas or whether it would apply uniformly across the 3 sub areas. Is that correct? Is that what you're asking for in question 1?
Correct. So it's not, it's an either or an and. So it could be, hey, we see value in A, B, and C, just A, et cetera.
But we're talking about standards for one single overlay that would be applicable to all 3 of those, correct? Not a different one for this one, a different one for this one, a different one for this one, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great, thanks. So kind of the opposite of Commissioner Bauer's question as to why those were chosen. Maybe the flip side of that is why were the other areas excluded from the original, other than the identification of the historic district? There's still some pieces in this map here that are not in the historic district. Why were they excluded? Were there any standards that we used to say yes, no, in, out?
It's a great question. After the June study session, we heard strongly that the sub areas the overlay included too much of the historic district. It was maybe too big of an area to be changing the rules, and that there was concern that there was potential impacts to residential properties. So when these sub areas were drawn, it was drawn first to think about the opportunity sites, avoid the historic district, and then avoid the residential concentrations. And so a lot of the areas that were in the study area that are not in these sub areas today, it's either low density of opportunity sites, not in a historic district, or they're residential. And there's residential concentrations along 6th Street that we were looking at and thinking that, well, maybe that isn't the appropriate place to encourage redevelopment or taller buildings. So that's why you see, for example, sort of the gray area within the study area that's not, and I'll just put my cursor over it, residential properties are in here. Not in every one of them, but there's residential concentrations that we're intentionally trying to avoid.
Got it. Okay, helpful, thank you. So there's been a lot of focus, obviously, on the proposed hotel site, but I'm just wondering if there's any other sites, either in or outside of those 3 identified sub-areas that have been the topics of inquiries to the planning department for further development, either by the current owners or by, prospective developers from out of town or other than existing owners?
I can take that one. Short answer is no. I mean, I think whenever there is an opportunity site or a parcel that's for sale, it's hard to gauge exactly how serious the interest is. And so, I can say for certain that there, isn't a upcoming in the pipeline project submittal that went into this consideration.
Okay. We've talked a lot about what's existing there now and the existing uses, like the comment about 7-Eleven and so on. Is there anything in this overlay that would preclude the continued existing use of those properties right now?
No.
Okay.
The overlay enables property owners to elect to do something different, but it doesn't make them.
Right. And any future development could conceptually accommodate whatever the existing use is right now, whether it's a bank or a 7-Eleven or other uses.
If I understand the question correctly, the overlay doesn't contemplate any change in the underlying land uses that are allowed in the MU2 district.
Okay, great. Last question, there are a couple parking lots there that are in the, in those areas, and there were a couple pictures in the previous one. Are any of those property, or any of those parking lots required to remain as parking lots dedicated to the existing use by IZO Chapter 11 or any other zoning requirements of the city?
So as this effort gets more refined, we would look into any of those conflicts. Ultimately, if there are any additional layers of policy that would apply per parcel, those would still apply.
Okay, Chair, those are my questions.
Thank you. And now Vice Mayor.
Thank you. It would have been helpful if we had like photos so people could have seen some of the locations because they recognize the buildings. Now I'm going to start with C, because when I originally looked at this, I was confused at the last meeting. But with like number C, C is right next to the Phoenix Theater. There was a old gas station that was on the corner. Across the street from that is now an orthodontist building. That's Liberty Street, and it is like a sea of parking. And then next to that lot is a vacant lot that was approved in 2018, a project, and that didn't come forward. And then you have the old Ma Bell building that I'm not sure what that's used for now. And when we're looking at opportunities, just the brown areas are the areas that you're talking for opportunity, correct? Because like where the gas station would be where the C is and just up above that. And then across the street is a newer opportunity area. So I can see why these lines were drawn. And then with B, I really wasn't sure what that was, but it's two banks. It used to be the Continental Hotel, and it burnt down, and then the banks ended up there. And as we're talking, banks are leaving. It's more online. And A is, a real gateway into our community, just like C is, And when I look at Lot A, I see a lot of blight. I see chain link fences, and I see a lot of opportunities. And when we're talking about height, I think it's really important to look where height is appropriate and have discretionary review for height. So it would be specific areas. I wouldn't want to just say a height blanket across this entire area. Because if you're looking at C, you have the new brewery, which is on Howard Street. You have the old gas station that's now a hamburger place. And then, so you're flowing into a residential area. So I see opportunities for housing in these areas. And B, I think there's going to be an opportunity there. But A has been the focus because we do have a project there. I think all three of these are great opportunity sites. I'm just not sure if we're ready to open it up for three instead of maybe focus on one of them and then through the general plan process. But I think it would have really been helpful just to have those photos so people could see a context of where we're walking on these streets. So that's it.
Just a quick question. I'm thinking about this as we look at these sub areas. I would imagine because of the nature of the way this project was brought forward, it's really a decision of if we do all three, but it's like we can't exclude A, correct? Because if we don't exclude A, I would imagine that the applicant wouldn't want to move forward.
That would be highly likely. Yes. I would say this is where, I do want to distance ourselves from the project itself. Ultimately, if we as a city, as a community, disagrees with the fact that A has an opportunity to bring economic vitality, bring additional potential housing sites online downtown, if we don't feel like that's the right fit, then that's something we should discuss, and ultimately, if that's the wish, then, we'll follow through with that. But I mean, this is a good place to say, yes, clearly the proposed hotel is in sub-area B. If we don't feel like that's the right opportunity sub-area, then, A, on the corner of A, that's our prerogative, right, as a city, as a community.
Okay, thank you.
Blake. All right. Thank you. I think sub-area A and B are pretty clear. Like, I think we could see where the boundaries are, but, so I kind of made a little map for myself, kind of to see where the boundaries of C are. And since it's really not that clear from the map provided, I thought maybe I would just take a minute and walk everybody through it from what here. So I think that might be helpful to you and everybody else, just to kind of visually in your mind know where the boundaries of C is. So if you're starting, there's an...
Commissioner.
Yeah.
I was going to say, if we're going to do that, folks are going to want a visual to match with it. So,
Okay.
well, and that's all right, but what I was going to ask is, can we either blow up the C area again on screen, or if you can just go straight to Google Maps and highlight that area, that would be ideal.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Just so
Thanks.
folks can get an image of C.
Thank you, Chair. Good idea.
Yes, and I'd like to express that we can do that for this session for a brief summary. But if you feel that that is documentation that'll help increase the study area, that is a documentation that we can further develop.
For sure.
So,
That would be
so this
great.
is good comments in terms of what is helpful for you and for the public. So I'll gladly do that
Thank you.
for today's discussion, and we can look forward to providing that in-depth and on-site analysis for you.
Are we going to get the map up? Okay.
I think we're just waiting for them
Yeah.
to get the map up now. And by the way, while we're waiting for the map to pop up, I just wanted to clarify, the reason why we're going to go through question by question and just do questions now before public comment, I want to make sure that we have heard all of you first before we start doing the discussion and direct feedback portion. I don't want all of you to sit through both question and comments from us, then have us give our feedback, and then you give public comment, and I've got to imagine that would feel fairly disingenuous. So that's why we split it that way.
Nice.
So public comment is going to be a general public comment for this item. So you can cover the whole range of topics related to the overlay. For us, we're going to segment out, and part of why we're segmenting out the discussion is also so that it's clear for staff what our feedback is and it doesn't become general feedback. That's all. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Chair. Okay, so I'm going to just walk you through it, starting from the parking garage on the, there's an alley between the parking garage and Kentucky. I think it's like Telegraph or Telephone Alley, I think. Walking north along that alley, you're walking along the parking garage, and then you're walking behind the, there's the workspace there, the Keller, workspace. So you're walking behind that, and then you're gonna, from there, make a left onto Washington Boulevard, keep walking past there, and then you're gonna pass Liberty, and then you're gonna make a left down a little, down the alleyway that is known as Keokuk. Oh, we lost it. Okay, yep. So maybe
You're
we
going to
can
want to
focus.
you're going to want to give them time to catch up
Oh, yeah,
with the
okay,
map.
sorry. So we're on Washington, where we passed Liberty, and then we're making a left onto Keokuk. And it's a little alley, that part of Keokuk, I think.
Yeah, and would you like us to do a street view
Yeah,
shot down Keokuk?
that'd be great.
And I was trying to follow you up
Yeah.
Telephone
Sorry.
Alley, but Google doesn't drive down that street apparently. So,
Okay, that must, yeah. So there's that alley. So everything on the left would be part of the sub-area C. And we pretty much go, I think, all the way down the alley until you get to, I think, like the corner of where the new brewery is. I think right there, right? Yeah, that must be the corner right there. And then it like subsects this development to the left, so.
And if you bear with me, I'm going to have to
Okay.
zoom out to get onto the next street. Or if you want to reorder,
Yep. No,
this is the orthodontics bill, and this is one of the
Yeah.
sites with a high level of parking to building area. Would
Yeah.
that work, or do you want me to catch up with you down at the Pac Bell building?
okay.
Yeah, so this building would be within sub-area C and to the right.
Yep, and then we're on to Liberty from there, and then we're gonna walk down south on Liberty, and then I think we'll be around the area of Stockholm Restaurant, right?
Yeah.
Yep,
Sorry,
Stockholm is on the left there,
right here.
and then we walk on to west, and then we wind up back where the parking garage is again. So that's just, I just thought that would be helpful. It was helpful to me, so I hope it was helpful to you too. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that walkthrough. And also, I am going to say in the future, not just for overlays, but for some of our other discussions, this might be a great way, probably a little more polished, but this might be a great way to help keep everybody guided through a site lot, especially since Google seems to have captured so much of our fair city. With that, we will move on to the next area to start doing questions on.
Chair, are you calling for the presentation of the building height proposal?
Mm-hmm.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Chair, here, can we see on Google Map the other two sites? Site B and A,
Honestly,
so we can get a,
that was fairly informative. Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, so we can get a real
This meeting's
visual.
going to go a little longer, folks, but I hope you're all right with it. This is fairly clear, so let's do it.
Give us a moment to catch up. So we'll start with B next? Okay. Everybody close their eyes while I get it to go back out so we can then land down. So sub-area B. Would you like me to narrate, or do you want to? Okay,
You
I'm
can
happy to
narrate,
do it.
don't worry about it.
So sub-area B includes the Wells Fargo building and the Citibank building. Sorry, Chase. Got to stop calling it Citibank. So that's sub-area B. And everyone close their eyes while I zoom out. Southwest corner of sub-area A. This was an opportunity site, as you can see, because it's parking, low-rise building, and it's fenced. Excuse me. This is the southwest corner of sub-area A. So D Street and 3rd Street, sorry, 4th, excuse me. Going north, another parking lot, single-story fenced building. Now we're at C Street. Now a vacant bank with a lot of parking, a lot of surface parking. Sub-area A also includes the Ace Hardware building. And then heading northeast on B Street, the former Chevron gas station was the last land use on this corner lot. The CPSB zone is across the street. If I'm going too fast, I apologize, I'll slow down, but this is the now vacant bank building, another single-story building, another bank. Parking, driveways, curb cuts, asphalt. That's sort of defines the laundromat and the 7-Eleven at the corner. Does that work? Yeah.
Thank you very much. And with that, could we move into the height presentation?
All right. So a couple key things that are worth pointing out when we talk about height. The overlay would allow greater height, but it would build on existing rules that apply to any building in the downtown. And that is, new buildings are subject to SPAR. Discretionary applications are subject to the Environmental Quality Act. There's findings that apply to any construction that happens today in the base zoning of 45 feet. If a new building is proposed in a historic district, HSPAR, historic SPAR is required, and there's design guidelines that apply when you're in a historic district. So the existing 45-foot by right height limit comes with sort of, I'll just say it, strings attached. It's not just something you can just go build it. The city has a process. CEQA applies. And we've got a depiction of sort of the box on a two-dimensional plane, the site on the top left, and then a section drawing on the right showing a typical 45-foot tall building. And what this drawing shows that the subsequent drawings do not show is the city today allows a building to be 45 feet tall and then has an exception process for things to go above that. Now, there's controls on how that goes above that, but you can see that there's a mechanical, stair, penthouse uses. It looks like the mouse doesn't. There we go. I don't know if anybody can see the cursor, probably not. But on the top of this drawing, it shows the mechanical uses that are allowed by right to go above the 45-foot height limit. Moving on to the 60-foot proposal, unlike the June proposal, which 60-foot was going to be a by right consideration, now the only way to go to 60 feet or above 45 feet is a conditional use permit would have to be granted. And there's specific findings that are in the exhibits that talk about how the city would consider the height above 45 feet. And all of those considerations for the conditional use permit are in addition to the conditional use permit findings that are in the zoning ordinance today. So there's a number of findings in well, I don't need to cite the section, but it's an additive. The other thing that's important to point out is once the building is above 45 feet, the exceptions to go above that height limit that were shown in the prior slide no longer apply. So this is more of a what you see is what you get. The building will be 60 feet tall or shorter, and the allowances for mechanical penthouses and whatnot to extend above the height limit are not proposed under the overlay scheme as it's written today. Moving on. Whoops. The 75-foot builds on everything that I said before. There's SPAR review or HSPAR review. CEQA applies. To go above 60 feet, you still need the conditional use permit, and there's additional criteria that applies to go up to 75 feet. And like the 60-foot building I showed you before, the 75-foot limit is absolute. There's no allowances for mechanical penthouses to extend above that roof. And I can highlight the exhibits if that's interesting, but these are exhibits 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3 talk about the height and sort of the criteria that's proposed as the overlay is written today. And if you have any questions, I can answer them. Thank you.
Sorry. For the public here today, do you want to go through what the highlighted criteria are for the exhibit? Oh, could you hear me? Sorry. I'm asking that he go through the highlighted criteria for each of the floors as listed in the exhibits for everybody here today so you can see them on screen.
We're pulling it up now. So it's exhibit 3.1. That's good, right there. That'll work. Just go back up. Or I'll take it over. Yeah, so I don't know if this is visible.
It is not.
Share the screen, please. Clearly, it's not visible. In our desire to keep people from getting motion sick, we turn off sharing while we scroll quickly. This is still too small for anybody to read. So I'll just highlight it real quickly. Today, a 45-foot tall building is subject to SPAR or HSPAR. Environmental review applies. To exceed that, we're proposing a conditional use permit. And there's 3 findings we've written down in exhibit, I think it's 3.1, and that's that the additional height make a positive contribution to the overall character of the area and that the building will be compatible with its surroundings. That's the first proposed finding, to go above 45 feet. The second finding is that the additional height would not cause a substantial adverse change in the significance of a historical resource that abuts or confronts the site. This was put in expressly to address the concerns that taller buildings would somehow harm historic resources. So we put this finding in there. The third finding proposed for a conditional use permit is that the additional height will not result in unreasonable restrictions of light and air to adjacent properties or the public right-of-way, or otherwise be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare. So these three findings are proposed to go from 45 to 60, or from 60 to 75, and they're in addition to what's in the IZO today. To go above 60 feet, there's an additional set of criteria that applies to everything I said before, and that is 3 of the 5 must be found true for the project to proceed. That the project includes a ground floor activating use on building facades that face the street. And I should point out that these are, well, to say it's draft parameters that we're going to refine if the Planning Commission supports this proposal to, for example, say, what is a ground floor activating use, or how much of the building frontage along a street has to be activated. That'll be something subject to further clarification later. The second criteria is provide a public benefit to improve the existing streetscape through widened sidewalks, additional street trees, new mid-block walkways, paseos, public plaza, parks, etc. So this is like a privately owned, publicly accessible open space type thing. Third finding, provide public, I kind of foreshadowed here, provide publicly accessible private open space such as a street level park or a rooftop open space. The fourth criteria is establish massing to express an existing datum line of the street wall or adjacent historic resource if established. This is intended to have the new construction relate to what's already in the area. So it's part of the context, it's part of the way of having new construction fit with what's existing. And the fifth proposed criteria is that the minimum ground floor height for the ground floor space must be at least 14 feet. There's an idea out there in planning that 10-foot or 9-foot ceilings for ground floors don't really work for retail spaces. So there's a trend to say it needs to be 14 or 16. Sometimes it's higher, but it's a clear space. You get more natural light and air into the space, and usually those ground floor spaces are rented more often and stay occupied instead of sitting vacant. So that's the criteria to go up to 75 feet.
Thank you very much. And with that, we'll get into questions. Heidi.
Thank you very much, Chair. Okay, I have a few questions. The first one is I saw later on in the report talking about the sight lines so that the upper floors are not visible from the ground floor. How are those determined?
So we're going to pull that up, so just bear with us. So it should be 5.1. It's okay. So would you restate your question, or maybe?
Yeah, I'm just wondering how those are determined. How are the sight lines? Is it just, there must be a program or something, or how is that figured out that
Okay.
you know, it looks like you cannot see the upper floors, which I think would be would that be the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors that
Yeah,
are not
and-
visible from the street?
And I acknowledge that this image is small, but we're going to make it as big as possible. Can you turn that on? And I've actually done these sorts of line of sight analysis with just paper and a long ruler. But you define the right of way, because that defines sort of the area in which you can see a building. And in this drawing here, it's set up to show if you're across the street from a 75-foot tall building on Petaluma Boulevard, and you look across from the Theater Square Apartments, for example, and it's typical, I draw them as like a 6-foot height. The step backs for the upper floors create a situation where, because the right-of-way is as narrow as it is, when you look across the street, you can't see those upper floors because they're pushed back. And that's a common principle you'll see in urban design to say, if we're going to go taller, you push the upper floors back. And if your objective is to limit the feeling of having tall buildings on a narrow street, you push the upper floors back. And that's what these are intended to do.
Okay. Do you know of any local examples where this has been done that we could go and see? Maybe not in Petaluma, but maybe other areas in Santa Rosa or San Rafael or something that you're aware of?
You know, not offhand, but that's something that we can certainly come back with some photographs. Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
or-
would be helpful.
I believe the vice mayor has an example.
Okay.
Was that the intent of, on Western Avenue where Jupiter Foods is, that building? That was kind of tiered in, I believe. Yeah, I mean, it's a smaller example, but that's, I think, some of the criteria when that building went in, so it wouldn't be so linear.
You know, and I'll say that even though this is a depiction of a proposed condition that may or may not be adopted by the city, the city's existing rules about rooftop equipment are kind of getting at the same thing. And so you might say, well, I've never noticed HVAC on the top of that building. It's because there's a 25-foot setback standard, and there's also usually a limit of how much area they can take up horizontally on the roof to get at the same thing sort of from a different angle.
I have a question. Go ahead.
Just to dovetail on the response, Vice Mayor, we can look into any local examples. We'll find some other ones that may be relevant in the region and just make sure we're being responsive and get that updated. I think one way to just simply try to imagine this, because since this screen is up, imagine yourself, since this picture is looking on the east side of the boulevard, so you're on the Theater Square apartment side, looking out potentially to here. I believe this is sort of typical to what the hotel might be proposing potentially. Imagine yourself on the other side. Right now, Theater Square is 45 feet, and so what you see on the other side of the boulevard when you're staring at the apartments is essentially what you would see with the step backs, right? So even though there would be the additional height because of the step back, that would not be visible from the street on your site.
All right, great, thank you. And then I saw during the staff presentation, there is a little like Jeopardy square talking about story poles, but I didn't click on it. So can you just answer if there will be story poles involved in when we do review these types of projects, if this were to be approved?
Who knew we were going to have 2 nights in a row to talk about story poles? So as Vice Mayor could reaffirm, so there was a motion from the council to look into this more as a whole council, and so it's a discussion that will be coming next month to council. Having said that, we do have an existing story pole policy. Typically, it is at the discretion essentially of the staff here as well as the commission that you're a part of. And so if that is of value, it is absolutely something within our purview. We can talk a little bit more as we start to better understand some of the challenges for a site or a height proposed with the story poles, but it is something that we typically, I think it's something we adopted back in 2005. Since then, there's been a lot of new technology. We've looked into virtual reality, looking at different apps that actually you can walk right up to the street, download the app, and point it to the proposed project, and essentially it will give you a virtual story pole story, if you will. And so we're looking at everything. There are going to be a number of visual studies that would come with any project. And so again, story poles could be part of that request as well.
Great, thank you. Then my next one is, there are clearly a few buildings in this area that are bigger than what is allotted to this date. Is that because they were built before these requirements were in place?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. And then I'm just going back to other cities. Do you know, I think there are other cities like San Rafael and Santa Rosa that have the larger buildings in their downtown area. Do you happen to know what the height limits in those areas are?
We could, I mean, as part of this study session, if that's
That
of
would be
interest,
useful
we
at
can
some
come back
point,
with
I
that.
think, just so we could have a kind of thinking about when we go to downtown Santa Rosa or San Rafael, what the experience might be like there. Then the other thing is, if this were to be approved, and all of these projects that are above 45 feet would have to come in front of the Planning Commission, because they would need a conditional use permit. And at that time, right, everything would be vetted by the community and by the commission and by the council. So this isn't, just because something were to be, approved at one point into the future, all of the projects would still need to have our approval, right? I'm assuming. What about is there any housing exceptions to that?
It is our understanding that the housing laws that the state puts on local jurisdictions would be using the 45-foot limit as sort of the base and not the 60 or 75-foot limit.
Okay.
So in other words, if there's a density bonus or something, it would be based off that 45-foot because that's the otherwise allowable building envelope that doesn't require discretion.
Okay, so above 45 feet would require discretion. Got it. Okay.
Just to clarify, if we do move forward with an overlay that has a CUP to go above 45, this would apply. Just to provide a little more context to the community on what the commissioner's talking about, there's a number of multi-year, multi-legislative effort at the state level to speed up and streamline development of housing up and down the state. And so a lot of what we're seeing year over year is an effort to speed up the process. And so typically, from a basic understanding of it is if your local rules allow for a certain height, a certain density by right, then the potential for a streamlined housing project could fall through that, come through. But that's more about process and speeding up the process. It doesn't circumvent any of the local policies that we would potentially have under consideration.
Got it. Okay, that's good. Thank you.
I would like to, if I might, add to that. So we are going to do some scenario playing and look at various scenarios for housing developments and how state law might modify the process as well as requirements to comply with objective development and design standards. But a lot of housing that is going to qualify as a housing project for streamlining or objective development standard implementation under state law is also going to have an affordability component that would make it eligible for a density bonus. And so through density bonus, you would have your concessions and your incentives delivered. And so a concession could be applied for building height. So I think we do want to play some scenarios and explore very carefully. But at this point in time, as the planning team has said, we do believe that the current 45-foot building height permitted by right would continue to be that objective development standard that would be applied.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Okay, then one other question. There was that one, you were talking about the one requirement, the established massing to existing datum. I think, could you just kind of explain that a little bit more? That was one of the,
Yes, that's one of the criterias in terms of the new development within the sub areas when it's adjacent to a historic resource. So that's one of the standards with the Secretary of Interior standards is where is that compatibility with the historic resources. It's not to detract or to take any aesthetics from it, but how does it adapt and support the historic resources. So that's one of the considerations on having those existing datum lines in this new development. And this is a typical design strategy that goes across various types of developments. That's not a new aesthetics that does go down into the architectural styles. What's it taking inspiration from? How does it fit into the context? And that was one of the main bounding elements to the context, having that datum, having your eyes really carry through from the historic context into that new development. So that's one of the good components within the the overlay regulations when it's near a historic resource. And we do have some images later in the presentation, so I'm happy to provide those on the screen as well.
Okay, thank you. And just one other question. I saw that, it's a 3 out of 5 of those criteria. Why couldn't it be 5 out of 5?
It could be, and it could be a different list of 5. This is what we came up with when we were studying it and kind of coming up with various things we've seen used as tools to allow taller buildings, and, it could be something different.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Roger. I wanted to ask, and actually you kind of answered my question a little bit. I've noticed the difference between 75 feet and 60 feet. I was wondering why ground floor activation, the benefit of streetscapes, and also just the rooftop access and private space. I was wondering why that was for 75 feet but not 60 feet. Is there an economic purpose for that?
To respond to the last thing you said, I'd say not really. I think to go from 45 to 60, oh, good. Sorry about that. We wanted to have firm criteria that was discretionary, and then have sort of a 60 to 75 be a list of things that are kind of amenities or things that the city wants be listed there. And so you identified the ground floor space and the access to the roof as being one of the criteria, and you're wondering if there was an economic basis for that, or?
Well, a lot of what you've listed for 75 feet, frankly, I could see being quite helpful if we were going to have a 5-story building as well. So I was just asking if there was a development reason for why you would hold off to elevating to that level, or if you were just looking to scatter it out a little bit.
Well, I'll say this, and we'll see if somebody kicks me under the table, but from 45 to 60 could also include those sorts of criteria as well. We've got those 3 findings that we've proposed, and you could add a 4th or change one of the 3 to say, and it does something that and then you define what that is. But the challenge will be the 60 to 75 foot is a list. I've got a rooftop space that's open to the public, check. If it's discretionary findings, you would want to be careful how it's written, so then it's effective and that you get what you want.
Right. Okay, fair enough. And then I was going to ask, given how often our existing general plan talks about the importance of our kind of environmental future here in the city, would it be possible to add to these, especially for 75 feet, add to the list development standards when it comes to using permeable materials, when it comes to being zero efficient, the whole list? I know I had asked this question privately, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to get the same answer, but I also wanted to ask it publicly as well.
I will try to give a different answer. How about that? So this part of the process is very much in the hands of the commission, very much in the hands of the community. And so, we welcome a dialogue on the benefits of including that. I think there's a much larger discussion related to a citywide effort on climate resiliency and climate action. And so, there's a lot of really intentional policy discussions that will apply citywide potentially that are forthcoming. If there's a particular, and we have started, based on your question initially, starting to check in with our building division on, potential viability to look at alternative materials, more sustainable. It's something that we absolutely need to consider as part of future and current land use planning. And so if there's a desire from the commission and from the community, that's something we'll absolutely look into.
And Chair, I can add on to that too. Like Brian said, this is a new zoning amendment. We're in a study session here, so any ideas are welcome. This is an overlay zone which adds additional standards to the existing zoning code. So if there are specific standards that we think need to be or should be applied to these properties in the, whatever the proposed overlay zone looks like, that's something that we can absolutely bring forth to you and that you can recommend for council.
Thank you. Related to that, and this is another question that I asked in private, but I will also ask in public. For our 75 feet, part of the argument is just how much economic gain this will have for the city. I know for the downtown, especially connecting it back to the hotel, there's the discussion of having regular activity and customers during the 3 days of the week when we really don't have a lot of tourism or activity in the downtown. But then what comes with that is the concern of, well, okay, but what kind of jobs are we producing in these spaces? So I did have a question. Do you know of other municipalities that may have added something like labor contract neutrality to an overlay of this type for 75 feet? I'm just trying to think of ways we can actually justify the economic gain, both on the revenue that's coming into the city, but also the jobs we're providing with it.
So we will look into, we will absolutely look into this. I think conceptually, right, we're talking about land use and planning. You know, I'm not aware, we sort of did a quick check-in as a team, aware of other instances where a more sort of programmatic element was implemented as part of a zoning overlay. And so we can look into the legal component to that. And if it makes sense for this project proposal and it makes sense to the community, it's something that we're studying.
Thank you very much. And I only raise it because it's not a prescriptive item where you have to take a certain action. It's mostly to ensure that the businesses that are there, like a large hotel, for example, aren't getting in the way should employees want to unionize. Moving away from that, could you walk us through the economics of building 5 or 6 story buildings in the Bay Area? I feel like there's a lot of concern around, we're going to allow this to happen, and then there's going to be a gold rush of these awful, just ugly skyscrapers coming to town. And having been around housing in general at the state level, I know personally how hard it is to actually get a 5 or 6 story building, but could you lay out a little bit what that looks like here?
Certainly, and then also I will just mention, there's an economic study that is forthcoming that we will absolutely roll into this ongoing study session conversation. But the question about how viable, if we put forth this overlay, will we magically see every single parcel redevelop to the maximum height? And so short answer is no, and there's a lot of economic reasons for it. There's been, I feel like, almost annually, whenever there's a report card or some sort of study or analysis about building in the North Bay from a housing perspective, and this is purely for housing, it's challenging, right? We have a regional labor force, and so we're competing against other places in the greater Bay Area for a labor pool. Construction costs are construction costs. There's nothing unique about Petaluma with that respect. So the economics of building in the Bay Area largely are uniform across the Bay Area, and what we're seeing on the ground at the moment with what projects are being proposed, what projects are actually being built after years of community engagement, public process. We're just not seeing that. As more technology comes, as new materials from the building side come, could that change the economics? Potentially, but in the near term, I think we have the constraints just like any other jurisdiction when it comes to construction.
And outside of San Francisco, Oakland, and kind of larger density cities in the Bay Area, because let me back this up. I've seen some concern about, okay, we're going to allow for 75 feet. How long until a developer wants more and more and more? In the Bay Area, again, outside of high metropolitan areas, how common are buildings over 75 feet?
It really depends on the local jurisdiction. I will say, if you look historically here in the city, we don't see that, right? I mean, we see maybe 3-story walk-ups on the residential side. We don't see much redevelopment, wholesale redevelopment in downtown. I don't think it's solely at the feet of our zoning. I think it's one piece of it that contributes to it. And so that's where, we're having this discussion about one potential tool to help continue to evolve downtown, continue to meet the policy and the direction that the community has identified in the general plan, not just the current one, but for the future one. And so for all those reasons, it's not a straightforward response, but it's also a complicated economy, and it looks like Isabel wants to also.
I also wanted to note that there are limitations to building higher in terms of infrastructure and having our fire department have appropriate access. So with our urban design, there are some limitations to how high we can build. Currently, we've discussed these various heights of 45, 60, and 75 with Public Works and the fire department, and these seem to be appropriate in terms of accessibility. And of course, we still need to analyze how our current infrastructure can support this as well. But it's not to say that immediately we can bring triple the height of this. No, we have to be realistic, and we have gravity, and we have all the other things against us. But there are some understanding of design and what we have in place that we can work with.
And Chair, I would also like to point out, follow up on Director O's comments about the construction costs throughout the Bay Area, and there not being any difference in construction costs in the North Bay compared to Oakland, San Francisco, or South Bay. What is different is that we don't achieve the rents in the North Bay that they're achieving in San Francisco, Oakland, and the South Bay. So you have the same construction costs, but you're generating lower revenue to pay for those additional construction costs. And so that does tend to offset the height that's developed. Then you layer onto that, as Isabel pointed out, different building codes and fire code requirements kick in as you go higher. So when you have a maximum building height of 45 feet, you're typically going to get a 3-story walk-up project, because you're not going to require an elevator. When you can't go up to 5 stories to make that elevator make sense financially for the project, then you're going to limit your building height to 3 stories. But when you have high construction costs and low rents, that 3 stories doesn't work financially to develop at 3 stories. So then you say, okay, well, then we add on 4 stories, but you hit 45 feet, so you can't really add on 4 stories. Once you do go above 3 stories and you want to, or you need to include that elevator for fire code purposes, then for the financing then goes up to 5 and 6 stories, because you've increased the cost of your project. So then you increase the height of your building to be able to generate greater revenue as the result of your rents. And we do anticipate that, and I think throughout the North Bay, I think there might be one building that would exceed 75 feet in height. When you hit 75 feet under building code, then you have to install fire control system, control rooms, and so forth. That's a very costly endeavor. So again, I think that throughout the Bay Area, that's why we're not seeing buildings exceeding 75 feet in height. The exception may be the new Sonoma County Administration building that's being constructed, but that would be a public project and not a market-driven project.
Thank you for that clarification. I was hoping we would get to that point, because when looking at this, my first thought was just how expensive it is to try and do 3 stories in Petaluma, let alone get to 4. So we're in a weird spot of both it being too expensive just based on code and requirements to hit 3 stories, but the number of projects that would actually benefit from 5 or 6 stories are also few as well. So it's an interesting sweet spot that this will put us in. And then veering away from that a little bit, since everything everything at 60 feet or 75 feet will require us to go through CUP and require us to do review, I assume these projects will also come with their own parking studies and their own parking and traffic evaluations.
Correct. So with each project, it will be accompanied by all the technical studies.
Right.
And I'll just add on to that, that includes CEQA, and as it would be a conditional use permit, I think this is important to say, the planning commission would be able to condition any of the uses to mitigate the potential impacts there.
Perfect. And then going back to the state concerns, and in my head I was thinking about SB 35, but we have a number of policies. Just in case we run up against situation where we are put in where we do lose our ability to use discretion for these projects, and I know we've yet to see it, but will our objective design standards, one, be able to meet the scope of 5 or 6 stories, and then the other follow-up to that is how specific can they get for the downtown area, given we kind of treat that a little bit differently from the rest of the city in terms of aesthetic and look.
So this is a nice way to respond to one of the public comments about the city's effort. It is upcoming, so we do have existing objective design standards. It is, we feel like there's an opportunity to improve that and actually take a very holistic approach to producing that. And so that is something that is on the work plan for Community Development Department. And so we expect to start engaging the community well before and early on in the public process. So that process has not started. And then to answer your question about one size fits all, I think that's sort of the direction that we're leaning towards is we likely will have a much more nuanced approach to the design standards downtown. Again, that's up for community discussion and commission debate. But we're looking forward to having that conversation later this year.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but Andrew, didn't you say at a previous meeting that we'd probably start to see objective design standards in October?
That's correct. I believe we'll have some more information on that towards the end of the month in early September.
Great. Thank you. That wraps up my questions for now. Darren?
Thank you. And those actually mirrored some of my questions. But, we've heard a lot of concerns from the community about design, light, character that comes along with changing height requirements. I know, you're proposing protections in place with a discretionary process, kind of stopgap, so there's not just a by right process, so we get control over this if we do go to 5 and 6 stories. Is it possible to get renderings maybe for the next study session, or that's a broader question I have about how many meetings, we're allowed with this process. Is it possible to get some kind of diagram showing some of the proposed areas with an imagined kind of built out environment? I mean, we just heard a great breakdown of like economic feasibility from 3 to 6 stories, what goes into play there. So from informed planners, kind of an imagined streetscape, some kind of rendering, even if it's just photographs with drafting on top of it. I know you guys will probably have something fancier than that. But I think whenever we talk about the built environment and massive changes, seeing it helps. So is that something we think is tenable for our next go round, or maybe even in public engagement in the meantime?
Yes. So I'm thinking one of the key follow-ups to this discussion is going to be a lookbook, if you will, right? So we've heard a lot of interest on how to help people visualize, and I think it would benefit not just the community, but ourselves as practitioners, so that's something we can incorporate.
Fantastic. And then a follow-up to that, Isabel, with height being a concern and historical relevance being a concern, in your experience working with historical sites, how much does height of surrounding areas play a factor when considering when considering impacts on a historic site? You know, how important is height when we're building near historic resources?
Yes, and I'd like to add that historic resources are just so unique. Each one has an identifying character, qualities that you want to preserve. There's none that you can really apply to all of them to really understand where the impacts are coming from. And that's why we have historic resource evaluations per project to understand where those impacts are coming from. Understanding how those heights with additions or adjacent properties comes into play with that particular historic resource. So there's that a fine analysis per historic property that is something that's a part of the overlay. So if I were to provide one example, we have one historic resource and we have a new development across, and that new development is applying this overlay for a new of 75 feet. Therefore, we would request those additional studies to see where the shadows are coming in. How does that impact, where are the appropriate setbacks? Does that impact its aesthetic feature or its quality? But it can only be done per historic resource, right? Because it's very individual. I think this level of analysis towards the opportunities that we have and adjacent to a historic resource, it's really to see what we can gain, not lose. And that's why we continue to have the historic SPAR as part of the review. We have that discretionary opportunity to see where those shadows may affect the building, where those materials come into play. This is really more of a positive notion to support a historic resource, have that rehabilitation opportunity, and bring more of a livelier environment. That yes, it's next to a historic resource, but it's not limiting the potential of an infill development. But they can work hand in hand, and that's kind of what we're proposing in these various levels of zoning and regulations with this overlay is how do we carry forward the compatibility and provide that increase of use within that infill development. So I'm happy to kind of go into the next chapter with the next section for this presentation of the historic resources and come back to those questions for the impacts and analysis and the fine tuning for new development within the overlay.
Well, I appreciate you giving some of that. I know that's one of the big concerns that I heard echoed a lot in the community. And then shift.
Commissioner Rakusin, if I could add to Isabel's comments too. And sorry if this has already been said. So any proposal that will require a CUP permit will also require a SPAR permit. So that's really where the site plan and architectural, the issues you just mentioned will be brought up. So that's another discretionary permit that will be required to come either to Planning Commission, or if it is one of the 3 or 4 in the proposed that are historical, would require the historical SPAR. So it would require both the SPAR permit as well as the CUP permit.
And I would like to follow up on Assistant City Attorney Brady's comments. I think it's we can provide a lookbook that might imagine what development might look like, but there are so many factors that would affect development proposals that we can't provide a lookbook that takes into account every single factor that could impact a proposal. Just like Isabel said with regard to historic resources, there's a lot of fine details that we observe in those historic resources that we would consider as we would evaluate a project for compatibility with a historic resource or a historic district. I think that's why as planners, we tend to focus on the tools of discretion delivered through the conditional use permit and the site plan and architectural review entitlements, and what those findings might be and how we can help to ensure that through the discretionary process, we can get projects that we want as a community. And so it's being able to say that we can't guarantee anything, but through the use of discretion and having powerful discretionary tools, we can shape proposals to be more reflective of what we want as a community and as a city.
I appreciate that. So we're not really opening the floodgates. There's barriers every step of the way with discretionary review on any project that would come forward. And then a question just about, I noticed in the current zoning code, obviously there are allowances for HVAC, mechanical, elevators, decorative elements like spires and things we see on like the Unitarian Church and the Masonic Building. Where do those play in? Am I reading this correctly? Is the 75 a hard limit, or do we have allowances then for some of those other elements as well?
I'd like to address that, and using the religious symbols or just religious architecture, that would be something that would still be permissible. You know, the local agencies have limits on how far they can regulate those sorts of features and not violate the religious and institution land use. Sorry, I don't need to cite this code, but there's a limits on how much we can regulate those few things, and I would propose that the high limits could still allow those features to exceed it, like the churches do in town today.
So there would be that same, or a similar allowance to allow for some of those features to go above the 75 feet, potentially?
Yeah, and
Okay.
just to clarify, the thing that we were excluding from the over 45 foot was just the mechanical equipment, et cetera, and not the other sort of exceptions that are in the zoning ordinance today.
Okay, so the mechanical would still have to be under that 75?
As we're proposing it now, yes.
Okay, understood.
And I do think, Commissioner Rex, and that's one point in the proposal that could use some further examination about how we might be able to apply the modifications to building height requirements that are delivered through Chapter 12 through the overlay process.
Yeah, that makes sense if we want to expand those. And then this kind of goes along as a general question, but I think it helps in just conceptualizing what kind of incentive higher height is. Have we spoken with any of the affected property owners on their impressions of more height? And just if there was a general positive feedback, I would imagine some people may like the opportunity to have more lenders on board potentially for their site, or if there's concerns about like building foundations or anything with existing buildings. Now, I know we're not reaching into deep the areas of the historical district, but if we have any feedback from any of the affected owners right now.
No direct feedback. The night is still young, so we could potentially hear. But as this proposal gets more refined, as we get a better sense of direction on not just from the community but from the commission on where to potentially bring this back for a public hearing, it would be part of the outreach process to notice potentially impacted neighbors. But at this point, because of the fact that we're still in a discussion, right, in the study mode, I suspect residents are informed. We always try to do our best to reach all impacted parties. We haven't had like a specific one-on-one with each and every one of the parcel owners. But again, that's something we can continue to refine.
Yeah, I think efforts at that outreach are really productive because those end up being key stakeholders, and when we're deciding on what areas and that kind of thing. And then I had another question in reading about overlays. Philadelphia is a city that sticks out. That's kind of has used overlays a lot over the years. And they do some interesting things with affordability percentages. For a requirement for a building of a certain height, there has to be a certain, like, I think 20% was one example of affordable housing included in the structure. Have we thought of conditioning? Now, obviously, this directly impacts the applicant who's bringing all this forward. I know we're separating the two projects. Is there anything we can do, maybe add to that out of 5 list, an affordability requirement or something in there about incentivizing? If there's one thing I've heard from the community, it's, hey, if we're going to build up and dense it should be affordable housing. I think that was one of the big pieces of feedback. Is there any condition we can embed there at the 75-foot level or even the 60-foot level to incentivize some an affordable housing percentage or something like that?
We can. We also have, after this next section, we're going to spend a little bit more time on how to incentivize housing production downtown. And so absolutely, as part of that conversation, we should talk about incentivizing affordable housing downtown.
Yeah, I think if it's somehow associated with height, it gives people a feeling not only do we have these stopgaps on design, but we've also embedded in their conditions to try to make anything that does exceed that height the type of development that people really feel like is most effective or most needed. Well, I think those are all my questions on just height. So thank you.
Thank you, Darren. Rick?
Yep. So I have a few questions. I think I'll cram them into one topic around design standards. So are the heights we're talking about 45? First of all, how did that become established as the existing standard? And then 60 and 75, other than arbitrary, where did those come from? Are we creating standards? Are we following other architectural standards? And then I know this leaks into the next one, but I guess the same in terms of the step backs of 8 feet, and then I think it was 10 feet for residential. Where did those numbers come from? Why not 7? Why not 11? And then do they need to be followed specific to those height designations that you made, or the story designations, or can they be more granular?
So the first question about heights, when I think one part that I want to reemphasize, this effort really builds off of not just the existing general plan, but there has been, and largely community-led, efforts historically over the past 15 plus years on how downtown should change or how it should evolve. And so we are pulling these numbers based on a lot of that. So you can almost say we're implementing a number of different planning efforts that have predated us for downtown. So when we look at the SMART code, we look at the heights, we look at the step backs, we look at the discretionary action here with the CUP provision in this most recent proposal. These are all coming from all the good thoughts and policies that we have on the books on different planning efforts. And the 45 feet, that's the existing maximum height in the mixed use designation across the city for that zoning designation. And so that's our starting point. You had the question about the step backs. So again, when we look at the SMART code, we look at even before that, the Central Petaluma specific plan. These were all steps that led us to what we're proposing here. Could there be variation, right? So we don't have it up here, but essentially you do the step back. Could you step them back even more? Short answer is yes. And how we came up with this is through the help of the people around this table, as well as Paige, one of the planning consultants that has assisted us in this overlay effort.
Vice Mayor?
I don't really have any comments now. I'm kind of ready to hear the public.
Well, with that, now we'll be going to the next step of the presentation, which I believe is about setbacks and our historic resources.
Just one more question. We were talking about height as a tool to incentivize development on some of these underutilized parcels. Do we have other tools that do that as well at our disposal, or are we kind of limited? Because I know redevelopment funds went away in like 2011. Are there any other tools, or is this really the best kind of tool in our toolkit to do that?
It is one of the more traditional tools. We talked a lot about economic feasibility. I think why we focus more on the height question, yes, from an economic perspective, from a market perspective, but also we look at the context, right? So this is where we have a number of conversations on how we grow and how we grow appropriately as a city. We want, with respect to our urban growth boundaries, with respect to wanting to continue to revitalize and put more feet on the ground downtown and make it more active, more vibrant. That happens through critical mass. That happens through having more opportunities for people to engage, both in the private but also the public realm. And so, yes, we're talking about height. We're also talking about floor area ratio. We're talking about massing. We're talking about some other tools. I think there are other economic tools with regards to incentivizing redevelopment, whether that's through a tax increment financing structure, but you also identified redevelopment, right, as sort of a bygone era. And so a lot of those financing tools that we were more easily able to utilize are no longer accessible.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, and with that, we'll move on to the next phase of our presentation.
The third question is, how does these new redevelopments occur alongside historic resources? Within the staff report and the attachments and the exhibits, we have demonstrated a series of axonometrics where these examples would come into place. This particular exhibit is in relationship to new development adjacent to historic resources. As we discussed before, those datum and showing compatibility, that is one of the requirements as part of the regulations. So as you can see here, we are proposing as part of that continuation, the datum line for the front facade. We also have here the 8-foot minimum step back. Again, this is a minimum as suggested from selected viewpoints to reduce that massing and impact to the front elevation. And we also have a 10-foot minimum side setback. These provide for a reduction of massing alongside historic resources. And this is just a study to really understand how the massing comes into place. In the previous discussion, we were talking about historic resource evaluations on those individual historic resources. Because each one is so unique, we understand the qualities for the historic resource and the importance of that integrity and that significance. So it's really to support the neighbors, the structures that are adjacent or across the street or within the historic district. With the reduction of the sub-areas, we greatly reduce the sub-areas within the historic district. So there's about one to two parcels within sub-area B, and then there's the 2 parcels within the sub-area A. That includes the empty lot for the former gasoline station and the non-contributing Rex hardware store. So this is one slide that demonstrates how those development regulations would assist and really reduce that immediate impact to the historic resource. But those individual HREs, the historic resource evaluation, would would provide that additional review to understand how that new development would impact in that particular location, in that particular site, in the sub area or within the city. That's something that is a general practice to request for new development, and that will continue to be a part of this process. I also wanted to reiterate what was mentioned before, that these additional regulations go above the historic site plan and architectural review, so that we're maintaining that discretionary review, bringing forward that project towards the HCPC, and if involved, the PC as well. To have that level of degree of design review. We understand each site is very valuable for architectural reasons, historic reasons, and having that consistency. And introducing, taking the initial steps of introducing appropriate historic research and work. Part of the overlay efforts includes appropriate consultant products for us to review. Part of this process, we have been communicating with the Page consultants, and we have also been working closely with Diana Painter and her company as well from Painter Preservations. So that's part of the process, and we have requested a scope of work alongside a full historic resource and historic cultural resource report. So part of that scope of work that we've been reviewing and part of that administrative review is having that in-depth detail and research that we are seeking for at the moment, for having all these visual understandings of which individual properties are within these sub-areas. So that report is forthcoming. The city staff has received an administrative draft, and I'd like to also provide a description with that draft is aligned with the scope of work that we have released to the public. That includes a full background in the context for the historic districts within the study area. That also provides a description of the intent and the significance that are integrated within the historic districts to maintain. The scope of work also includes the proposed zoning changes and those treatments proposed by the overlays as demonstrated in the former exhibit. There's also an understanding of where those heights and setbacks would be under certain conditions. And working closely with Paige and Diana Painter, understanding where we can apply those recommendations from this historic cultural resource report. So those recommendations could range from where this overlay is being proposed in the study area and the sub areas. With that administrative draft, I'd like to also still share preliminary recommendations for today's study session. It is a brief list of what those additional reviews could assist with the development of the overlays, and also the individual reviews as part of the development for each site. So the preliminary recommendations begins with a completion of a reconnaissance level survey within those sub areas, those level of details per site. Also understanding where the central Petaluma specific plan has interactions with the sub-area A. Recommendations as standard, compliance with any historic districts design guidelines in relationship to sub-area A. That would be the historic district design guidelines that we have for the downtown area for the historic commercial, which is a national register and a local district. Most importantly, as requested by the HCPC, the analysis of view sheds, understanding where those individual view sheds should be preserved within the districts and within each individual project coming in from new developments. So there is a reoccurring understanding that there's a need for visual guidance and support and description through various forms of digital reconnaissance or digital renderings to understand where those views and impacts could potentially occur. One of the other recommendations is understanding the demolition ordinance really applies to 45 years or older, and that also is aligned with CEQA definitions for historic resource. This is also to support our understanding of preserving historic resources. The overlay is not in a direction to remove what we have, but to enhance, to really see where the potentials are in those infill developments without removing the integrity or significance of its neighbors as historic resources. And lastly, the preliminary recommendations does include increasing those additional historic resources and surveys to be adapted and understand where those inventories are. Having those surveys increase in densities to have a sure and clear understanding of the policy decisions that have those impacts on eligible historic resources. This is really the key in understanding where those eligible resources are, whether they are outside of the historic districts. And that is a part of a reconnaissance level survey, really going on the ground, photographing, understanding, analyzing each site. And that is something that is reiterated through the HCPC, the general plan updates, understanding what we have, and really implementing it through all our efforts at a city-wide level, maintaining our historic resources that have been designated and that have not yet been surveyed. So part of this overlay effort is understanding what we have, where the potentials are, and where are our eligible historic resources. So this is also an effort to complete that reconnaissance level that we have, take the initial steps that we need to really connect what is available for new development and what we have, and to be able to preserve. So I do want to share with the committee and with the public audience that we are having this in-depth level of review, having technical studies coming in, understanding where our historic resources are, where our potential eligible resources could be, and where that would not impact new development, but assist and further develop what we have as our fabric. So I do want to reiterate that this in-depth research is forthcoming, working closely with Paige and Diana Painter. I'm happy to share that report and the findings, working towards presenting that at a HCPC study session as well. And this concludes this slide in terms of historic resources in this question. So I'm happy to turn it back to Planning Commission.
Before we go into questions on this item, I've seen quite a few members of the public slowly starting to slip away, and I know that this has gone on. We've got questions for this plus another item in the agenda. So I'd like to propose that we move up public comment for this item till now, and then we can get back to the rest of the questions. Would that be acceptable to the rest?
That would be great. And I see somebody with little ones
Yeah,
in the outside.
yeah,
So maybe they could come first in line.
absolutely. Okay, we are going to begin public comment on this item. I would like to say, folks who are here with children, you are absolutely welcome to go first. I say that because I don't know who's back there who's got little ones, but I just wanted to flag that they should come up if they have a public comment. Sorry. It takes a community, but we can do this together. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, welcome.
Hi. Thanks for moving it up. I appreciate that. We've covered quite a lot, so I took notes. So some of the things that I would like to mention, the 60-foot increase in height and the 70-foot increase in height, I didn't really follow why that would be our next step if we're not seeing economic development, other than, as you all mentioned, there was a project proposed. And I understand that that not necessarily everybody would just start building 70-foot high buildings, but the reason this is being proposed is because somebody not from Petaluma who has a lot of money was able to afford the property. It's not that all these properties are for sale and that any Petaluman could afford them. The housing costs here have gone up quite a bit in just the time I've lived here, which is a pretty short time, but many of my neighbors were born in their home or have lived here for well over 20 years and have seen this big increase. So it's not as though all of us people who care about the historical downtown Petaluma could afford to do what we would envision to be what Petaluma might do better in building. And so I just see that there's some preference being given to, if you have money, then maybe you can just make things happen. And I just really hope that we can also consider what the residents, and not necessarily the richest residents, can want for the community. And this is really one of our only ways to do that, is through letting you know how we feel. And I wanted to also mention that I noticed that one or revised overlays is also including a public benefit, which is really appreciated. But I would just question, what is the benefit to the public? Because when you guys are talking about potentially allowing a bunch of housing developments in these development areas, well, what we've already seen in this increase in population is a lack of resources for people like me who are parents. The city day summer camps are filled up and on a huge wait list. Well, that's only going to get worse if we have more housing developments coming in and filling more people. And so I would just also ask that we look at community development as more than just advertising for coming to visit Petaluma or fixing up the streets, which some people might argue is not done enough, actually. Oh, okay.
Thank you very much. And next we have Moira. Thanks for that. And after that, we'll have Colleen.
Good evening. So modern construction has a massive carbon footprint, 39% of all carbon emissions, and we've declared a climate emergency. So we absolutely, globally are missing all our targets, and we must not allow anything but green architecture. I'm really sorry to hear that Diana Painter has been retained to work with the M Group. She was a consultant on the Brainerd Jones house in the A Street district, and due to the catastrophic changes there, that house has no longer retains historic designation. So that is not a confidence builder. The hotel and overlay violate our general plan. This overlay area you've outlined, as far as I understand it, is not included in our general plan housing element for housing. The last thing Petalumans want is for our new builds to dwarf our iconic structures, such as our dairyman silo, waterfront mill, view sheds of our hills. We want to maintain our unique sense of place. The EKN project site comprises 2 parcels in our historic district on a prominent corner on the main boulevard, in full view of our majestic Italianate iron fronts, clock tower, Brainerd Jones, neoclassical Carnegie Library, and our old Petaluma Mill. These are listed as Petaluma's most significant architectural gems. By necessity, that merits a high bar in terms of architectural design. There are rules regarding the context and physical look of new builds in historic lots. The hotel does not conform to our historic guidelines. It's inaccurate to say that this overlay is not part of the historic district. Walnut Park, that was built in 1873, was recognized in 2000 by the U.S. Library of Congress as a historic American landmark, and our post office is also on the National Historic Register. There is no other city like ours. We have architecture unmatched anywhere else in California, so it doesn't matter what San Rafael and Santa Rosa are doing. We aren't them. For that matter, let's look at Healdsburg and Sonoma then, since Petaluma wants to be viewed as a Tony wine country town. Their structures, including their hotels, M Group, do not exceed 3 stories in height. So finally, even Paris, France has set height limits that allow it to retain its beauty and its well-proportioned scale, and that also allows for its famous monuments to reign unchallenged. As we know, every single census tract, per our general plan consultants, is adversely impacted by traffic emissions. We don't need more congestion and unhealthy air. We should not exceed 45 feet in height. Thank you.
Next, we'll have Colleen, but I just want to be clear about one thing. You can absolutely convey support, disapproval, indifference, questions about the project. Please refrain from having this delve into discussions about M Group or the grand jury or anything associated to that. Tonight is about the overlay and only the overlay, all right? Thank you.
Okay, I ask you, Planning Commission, to consider why this overlay should be positioned as a sustainable or economical solution to housing needs with no supporting analysis. The report you've been given tonight specifically states the economic benefits of future projects, should an overlay be adopted by the city, are not known. Our decision makers and leaders should know how the proposed overlay zoning might provide economic benefit for multiple properties and our community. How can this be proposed as housing and economic benefit with no facts and no plan? Petaluma's downtown district is considered a single area of land containing a significant concentration of historic buildings. These buildings in this area provide visual continuity. Chopping up an overlay into separate sub-areas, allowing 5 to 6 story buildings here and there, does not support visual continuity. The overlay is proposed by a Southern California hotel developer. The whole purpose is to rezone our historic downtown in order to allow a luxury hotel to be built in our historic district. They propose 93 guest rooms, 150 employees, plus a restaurant and bar with 190 seats and spaces for multiple private events. Where will 400 people park? Shouldn't our Planning Commission establish space for parking for development rather than try to solve parking problems retroactively? The proposed sub-areas in downtown create inequities by applying regulations and restrictions to some properties and not others. This chopped-up approach does not maintain consistency across our historic town, and it's inconsistent with the Standard State Zoning Enabling Act. I argue that the rezoning and height, bulk, mass, as well as parking and traffic issues do not respect our zoning ordinance, do not comply with our general plan, and do not respect our historic downtown. Oversized buildings are not compatible, and this sub-area rezoning approach does not retain a pedestrian-friendly scale, and it does not preserve or enhance our historic and architecturally important buildings. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colleen. Next, we'll have Richard, and we'll be followed by Jane Hamilton. Did Richard leave? Okay. Richard, handwriting is an amazing thing. Braun?
Apologize for my handwriting. Okay, I'm glad you made the decision to allow folks to talk. You're right. The people were leaving. I was about to leave too. Okay, there's a dichotomy between what the people want and what is being delivered here. The people want slow growth. They don't want fast growth, a big population. They want slow, okay? The overlay system acts like stealth urban renewal, only it is really just a means by which you can spot a rezone. And spot rezoning is absolute ruination for any town or city. All it leads to is corruption. Now, there seems to be an unknown schedule that is in play here. This thing is being rushed through during the summertime. People are on vacation. And it seems as if we're being offered, either you get on our schedule or you get run over. There's a lot of private property that's involved here. And there are unknown CC&Rs and other restrictions that may be in play as well. And then there's the property owners. Gee, I really would like to hear from the property owners. Now, you folks talk economics, rules, structures, but the overlay also needs to address the culture of this city. This city is a small town. It has a basis in rural life. If you like, it's a little bit run down in places, but we like it that way. We don't want to change it. That's why we live here. And we'd like for you, please, not to keep trying to change what we want to have. It's in the general plan. Please comply. Okay, one last thing. The general plan governs zoning. And when you add rights to one person, you effectively are taking away the rights to another. You take away sunshine by adding height. You take away airflow by adding height or changing what is existing. All of these things need to be laid out. It's not just economics. It's about people as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. Next, we have Jane Hamilton, followed by Suzanne Clark. Yes.
Hamilton is deferred for 3 minutes to Lydia Haslund.
Then Lydia it is.
I don't have 6 minutes of material.
All right.
So good evening. My name is Lydia Aslin. I'm a retired architect in an East Side Petaluma, and I'm here tonight because I'm not happy with how this overlay proposal continues to be used by the hotel developer as a tool to push through a project that significantly exceeds current zoning regulations. I want to say thank you for the wealth of information that's been presented tonight, and I certainly appreciated seeing all of the FAQs about the overlay process that appeared on the planning website in the past week. Frankly, I'm also happy to see that the revised 3-area overlay has mostly hopscotched around the boundary of the Petaluma Historical Commercial District. Since the June 13th study session, and based in no small part on the outcry from the community, I noticed that the staff report tonight says staff urged the applicant to make the following changes to their application. Rename the zoning overlay, reduce the size of the overlay and try to keep it out of the historic district, and come up with a revised set of rules to conditionally argue for buildings up to 75 feet. So our community outcry has moved the needle a bit. But here we are. The unfortunate truth is that the proposed hotel still sits within the Petaluma Historic Commercial District, and the building is currently designed still dwarfs its historic district neighbors, both adjacent on B Street and across Petaluma Boulevard South. At the end of the day, this rebranded downtown housing and economic opportunity overlay
has been pushed by the applicant solely to get a non-conforming project approved at the corner of the Boulevard and B Street. I suspect they don't really care about the other two sub-area overlays, or even the other 1.5 blocks of sub-area A. I still don't see a compelling purpose statement about why Petaluma needs these 3 specific overlays. Where's the argument for locating housing? And I know you haven't talked about the housing incentivization here, about permitting ground floor housing in these 3 overlay areas. Where's the justification beyond this hotel project for this overlay at this time? I know the hotel developers have put forth a quite rosy financial projection of what they feel this is going to generate in terms of income. Bottom line, is money the only thing that matters here? I'll finish with this thought. Will a rushed through overlay that benefits the developer in the short term and saddles Petaluma with an out-of-scale hotel in the long term cause us some hand-wringing 5, 10, 15 years from now? Will a quickie zoning overlay, what if it ends up being a bad idea for downtown Petaluma? Is the trade-off of chasing money worth getting stuck with a project that's wrongly sized within the historic commercial district? We won't have a second chance to make this right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to have Suzanne Clark, followed by Lenoa Lips.
Thank you. I'm Suzanne Clark. I live on Fifth Street between D and E. And so I am a property owner and taxpayer just around the corner from this blighted area. And when we think about the commercial blight in that area, and I agree, I see it every day when I take my little dog for a walk, but I ask myself, what would be another way of handling it? I think having a vacancy tax would be a good incentive. I think this property or these properties stand idle because they're just waiting to see whether that hotel slips through and gets approved, so then perhaps they can get more money for their property. And so I definitely would like to see these properties fixed up, but I think we need to think about a different way of doing it. I don't approve of an overlay because I think it's too much of an easy route to have other buildings slip through. And what I would say, is that talking about the different heights, I was surprised to hear people talk about 60 feet and then 75, when some of us think 45 is just fine. And when we think about 75 with access on the roof for a wine garden or something, public access, well, it sounds nice. Well, what about me over on my little piece of property, just 2 blocks away, hearing the sound of a band and whatever coming over? Maybe my rights are infringed as well. And I think that should be taken in consideration. As far as this one hotel, I really don't approve of it because I think it's just too big for that tiny little spot. What I would suggest instead is creating a pocket park like Putnam Park, which, because we talk about sustainability, we need more trees downtown. Why not make a lovely little park there? And then another thing, I'm trying to cover lots of different points. Thinking about parking, and of course we need to think about parking, and I do, being a neighbor. I really hope we don't think about underground parking, like under that proposed hotel, because we have a low-lying water table, and I think that would be a bad thing to do. So my model is, the Crooked Goat and Acme Burger renovation, development. I think that's something that really goes along with the Petaluma value, and I would like to see that sort of thing continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll have Lenoa Lips, followed by Nan Winters. Okay. Nan Winters, are you here? All right. Until then, Sean Payne. There we go.
Good evening, Planning Commission members. I'm here to speak in favor of the proposed overlay in downtown Petaluma. My name is Sean Payne and I grew up here. I went to Valley Vista Elementary School, I went to Petaluma Junior High School here, went to Petaluma High School. And I say this because I hear so many people say that people from this community don't want this project. And that's just not true. This topic of the zoning overlay, the vitality of our downtown, this has become a generational argument. We can see it here today. Different age demographics are going to have completely different viewpoints of what downtown should look like in the future. There is strong support for this hotel, but many proponents aren't willing to come to meetings like this today because they just don't have time. They're at home with their kids or their family, or getting ready for work tomorrow. The majority of the opposition to this overlay aren't in the process of starting new careers or business ventures. They're already established. The majority of the opposition isn't worried about buying their first home or low-income housing. An email went out today from the Petaluma Downtown Association talking about the results from their 2 surveys that they sent out about the hotel project. Over 62% of the respondents were in favor of the hotel. And in those in favor, only 13% were willing to write a letter, a personal letter in favor of the project. 61% of the respondents who were in favor of the hotel were not willing to publicly state their opinion. Don't think tonight's any different. Walk around downtown. Look at the vacant lots and empty buildings. The barrier for affordable housing is inhumane. Please don't let the opposition in the zoning overlay shackle downtown economically for generations to come. We need the overlay to pass, and we need projects like the hotel project to come to fruition to drive business and increase tax revenue in downtown Petaluma. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. And one note I just want to make, can we avoid disparaging each other's sides for people who are in favor, people who are against? I know we've received emails and comments from people who've lived here whose families have been here for generations, who are both in favor and against. And I just want to avoid this turning into too much of a, well, you like this because, or you don't like this because. Other than that, all arguments for or against are fine. Just please don't attack each other or who you happen to be or why. Going to the next comment, is Nan Winters back? Okay. Judy Heichel? Is that Judy? That's me. Welcome, Judy. And we'll be followed by Isaiah.
Well, I thank you all for this opportunity, and what my fellow Petalumans have said mostly go along with what I feel and think. We have a very, very, very special place here in Petaluma. People come here because we remind them of the past. We come here because we don't have big high rises all around us. I would ask that we consider other small businesses in these small areas and build those up. We have so many talented people in Sonoma County that need an opportunity to make business, yes, to bring in more revenue. And I ask that perhaps the project could be incentives for small businesses in these small areas so we can grow at a pace that's normal. You don't take a 2-year-old and send it off to college. Petaluma is small on purpose, and we love it that way. I know I've spoke with a lot of people in the Downtown Association who are not in favor of changing how we look and how we are. Who we are in Petaluma is known throughout the country. People come here as a destination point. Still, our hotels are at 50% occupancy rate. Do we need something huge downtown at 50% occupancy rate to stand there? No, but if Chef Palmer wants to have a magnificent restaurant in Petaluma, yes, please build it here. But do not look like you're going to gobble up RX Hardware, which is at the heart of our downtown, which many of us shop there. Oh, please consider this very carefully. We have a future. The overlay goes through so fast, Petaluma will not be. I know others have things to say, and I just thank you so very much for taking the time to hear what we have to say in Petaluma. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And Asaya Chas is next, followed by Larry Jonas.
Good evening, Planning Commission members. My name is Isaiah Chas. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the proposed zoning overlay for downtown Petaluma. As someone that is part of the generation that will enjoy Petaluma not only for the next decade, but over 5 decades to come, I feel strongly about the fact that allowing for an increase in height limits for future development will be what attracts residents and tourists alike for generations to follow, even after mine. It's no surprise that the downtown area currently has numerous underutilized sites, including the parcels for the proposed hotel project. Higher density development in the downtown area allows for a more efficient land use, which aligns with sustainability goals and promotes responsible urban planning. By encouraging vertical growth, we can alleviate urban sprawl and the strain it places on infrastructure and resources. By increasing the height limit for development of underutilized sites within the downtown area, we will spark infill development that might not have been previously possible. For anyone that says that it's economically feasible to develop these sites at the height limits that currently stand, I would ask you to consider why it has not already been done if this is the case. Sure, a 3-story hotel could have likely been developed on the proposed site and conform to the current height limits. However, will it be as architecturally pleasing to the community? Will it stand as a focal point for residents and tourists to come to the downtown area and spend time here? Or will it be a cookie-cutter 3-story building that brings no life to the city? That is what people should be considering. There is noise from some community members that feel that no one is in support of this overlay or the downtown hotel project. However, that's simply out of touch. The fact of the matter is that there are numerous supporters for both the zoning overlay as well as the hotel. Many of the supporters are realists and understand that this next step for our city is what is needed to allow it to flourish for decades to come, rather than degrade with the blighted parcels that currently occupy our downtown. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now of Larry Jonas. Okay. Cleve Masad. And that'll be followed by Shannon Bohenberry.
Petaluma has a heartbeat, and it goes through all of us. I feel it every day, and I know everybody I know feels it. But when things come up like this hotel and the big box-looking apartments they put up with this gaudy paint on them, with no style at all, I think that the town makes a skip, and everybody notices it. But people that come here don't notice that. They just see what it is right now. And I'm scared if things start changing too much, too rapidly, the heartbeat's going to start changing, slow down. But if we can, let's try and make everything so people can contribute to it. Everybody has a little something to say so rather than 1 or 2 people. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Cleve. And Shannon?
You've called me twice and I wasn't here.
Oh,
My name's Nan.
Oh,
Winters.
welcome, Nan.
Well, hello. I have a business right down, maybe half a minute from where the new proposed hotel will be. And so I'm not really just representing myself. I'm kind of representing the people that I have spoken with for the last couple months. And I should preface it also by saying I grew up in San Rafael. And my dad was a member of the city council. He always went to the planning commission meetings. And I'm sad when I go back to San Rafael and I see what it has become, because there's beautiful pockets, But the downtown doesn't have a good plan, and it's not the place that it was, which I never expected it to be, but I had hopes that it would be a nicer spot. So I've lived here now for 20 years, had my business down there for almost 17, and I feel like it is also being kind of rushed. I know that when we change things, we can't go back. Things have to change, but in the right way. And I was standing down on the corner the other day. I had just come just about to cross the boulevard. Here was Rex, and I was looking at the whole corner. And I just thought, it doesn't seem like a very good trade-off for all of the things that we have. You know, I haven't spoken to anybody in the last couple of months that have really wanted to see such a big building in just kind of blocking out a lot of what we love. And I love the feeling of my downtown, and I've spoken to lots of the businesses up and down, and most of them don't really want to have it change so rapidly, and to see the light go, and to see the view go, and to have such parking problems, and where's the water going to come from, and all of those things. So I know that things have to change, but I think that we can do it in a more reasonable way, and maybe not quite as quickly as seems to be happening. And I'm just representing so many people that I've spoken to, and I've never said how I felt at first. It's just like, how do you feel about the changes? How do you feel about what's going on? And I really have not heard anything but reticence and feeling like we have such a beautiful downtown, and that's why people come. And I meet so many tourists, and the reason they come is that it is charming and it is historical. Okay.
Thank you very much. We did cleave. Was Shannon here? I'll take that as a no. Julia Burton, or Barton. Julia, is that you getting out of the aisle now? Or not, okay. Lydia? Gotcha. Nancy Rapoulis.
Thank you. I'm Nancy Rapoulis. I live on D Street in the Historic District. And I just wanted to agree with the person who said if you do an overlay, you are making different rules for different people. You're limiting some people's choices and yet giving extra freedom to other people. I know we need, the young person was speaking, we need housing. We need housing that people can afford. And we need development. But when we develop like we did the whole Target thing, we lose small stores, go out of business in the downtown area because everything's shipped out. We don't necessarily make more money as a city when you lose business in the downtown just to support a big shopping center somewhere else. And we have lots of land, it seems, that's empty, and you didn't contact the owners of this overlay to see what they felt about it. But there's lots of empty land between the Copeland and the train station. And you have a housing thing that's being done on D Street, a big area that you're developing. It's all within walking distance to the downtown area and the train. It doesn't have to be in the historic district. It's a gem. And yet we can still do the housing. We should do more housing that's actually affordable for young people like this. And not corporate. It's like yo-yo money. They put money in and it goes out. It doesn't necessarily stay here. And then for, what was the other thing? I can't remember. Housing. The view. We have these beautiful buildings, when you showed them, they're standing there. You know, maybe they weren't that way originally. There were other ones around them. But if you build up, even if you make a setback, they're going to disappear into the background. And I think the height limit is the way it should be. I don't think we need to increase it. If you want to do 75-foot buildings, do them over in that empty space between the train station or down Petaluma Boulevard North where you built those big apartments. There's space to do it that's not in the historic district. And then I was wondering, is economic development going to mean you can do eminent domain and tell people they have to sell? I don't know, because if you have a development program and they don't want to do it, does then the city have the right or a developer to come in and force people to do it? I don't know. I'm just asking. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a Tom Bornheimer? That'll be followed by Jessica Moses.
So from reading all the documentation that's been shared and what's been presented tonight, it seems like the overlay is proposed for the hotel. There's been no economic analysis done. There's nothing saying that if the overlay is not done, Petaluma is going to fold. None of that's been done. So all I can say is it looks like it's just for the hotel. And this hotel has been proposed, I think it's been multiple times, and it just maybe doesn't work. So I think there's an opportunity to take a look and take a step back and say, what's the cost of doing nothing? If you don't do any overlay, what does that cost the city? That should be part of that economic analysis. I think also that, you know, if you're looking at underutilized spaces, you do your windshield economics you talked about. City Hall's underutilized. You can knock this down and do mixed-use development right here. So you have to take a little bit more of a thought process of what's there, what owners are there already, what buildings are there. I mean, you're going to say to Petaluma Market, you need to do mixed-use development and take the market out? I mean, you got to think this through a little bit farther. So I think there's more thought to this besides this hotel. And the way I read that, it says applicant, but it sounds more like the planning department created this as a make-work project. You know, I don't think it's necessary. And so until you see economics and there's something like that that's absolutely positively spot on, this is just wasted effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica Moses, followed by Veronica, who I think has left. So we'll be followed by Sherry Sandberg.
Thank you to the staff and the commission for this thorough session, and apologies to the chair for the chatter. As an East Sider working on Keller Street, walking around this area daily, I believe there's plenty of room for improvement. I don't feel precious about preserving 20th century banks or cracked open-air parking lots, and am in favor of incentivizing development of those underutilized plots. Regarding the sub-areas A, B, and C we discussed, all seem like good contenders, but I'd encourage the planners to show their work more, and as the commissioner mentioned, perhaps do a more holistic review of opportunity sites downtown. Regarding height and design standards, Petaluma does need to evolve and grow, but I understand that we don't want a 6-story filing cabinet glowering over charming variable height blocks of shops and restaurants. Perhaps a compromise position could be to allow 1 or 2 more stories than the tallest thing on the block or within the 360 sightlines from the parcel. Just an idea to bump up possible building heights in the context of their surroundings. I will say I really like upper floor setback approach. I think that will definitely help with preserving character and the variable heights across downtown while making good on promises of density. Lastly, we've already heard cries of where will everyone park? And hopefully it'll be in the bicycle corrals coming soon, courtesy of PBAC. But as it pertains to parking cars, I think it would be much more economical and perhaps even an opportunity for some art tie-ins to stack spots into parking structures as opposed to scattering hundreds of square feet of cement around downtown. I want to be clear that I am open to change in this town. It is inevitable, as residents are born and die and move in and move out. and I believe we have many opportunities to liven up areas downtown and increase much-needed infill housing stock. That said, the optics have not been great on this overlay proposal, to say the least. I'd suggest staff utilize more photos and less acronyms as we continue to evaluate and comment on this process. Lastly, I'd like to second the notion of a vacancy tax and encourage further consideration of potential carrots and sticks to drive meaningful community benefiting evolution of our town. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now for Sherry Sandberg. Followed by Dave Alden.
One, two, three. Can you hear me? Hello, everybody. My name is Sherry Sandberg. I guess I should start out just by saying that I'm glad to meet the Planning Commission. You guys have a lot to do. I'm sure it's not easy. And you want to show us that we can bring some money into town. I have a question about how bad off are we? Are we desperate? I believe a budget was just passed. So if we're not desperate, why are we entertaining changing the height and setback regulations for one possible developer? When I looked on the website, I couldn't tell that EKN actually owns that property yet. Maybe it's a partnership. Maybe it's a gonna happen thing. So I don't understand why we're spending all of our precious time in being enlightened by you all about how you're going to, change the downtown, allowing 60 or 75-foot buildings and no setbacks, and it'll be precedent, right? Isn't that what happens? That's my understanding. So what I think is you're telling us is you're going to try to educate us, the citizens, about this zone overlay, which means promote it. Then you're going to then you're going to get the zone change passed, and then you're going to approve the 68-foot plus hotel, and then you're going to have someone do the EIR after all this acceptance has gone on. Who's going to do the EIR? Is that going to be an outside person? I don't know. I have my concerns. How many people here are actually employees of City of Petaluma? Nobody can raise their hand? So I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4 maybe? And the rest of you are M Group consultants. Is that correct or not?
No one on this stage is employed by the city or an M Group consultant. These are all citizen volunteers.
And ma'am, we are keeping public comment to the overlay itself, not to whether or not the staff is.
Okay, well,
employed
this
by
does
MGroup.
affect the overlay. So if you go onto the website of both the M Group and EKN, they're the applicants that are proposing the overlay, correct?
Time is
They
up.
already have the picture of the hotel on their
Your time is up,
website.
ma'am. Sorry.
All right. It was fun. Everybody enjoy your night.
Again, I would like to reiterate, we are talking about the overlay. We are not talking about staff. We are not talking about M Group. We are talking about the proposal that's come before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Alden, happy to be here tonight. It's been an interesting night. Lots of things I could say, and I think if I were to come out pro or con, I'd be pro, which I think would make me the only person over 50 to be pro in the room tonight. I'm okay with that. But rather than going into some of that, as I count it, there's 4 more workshops and hearings I can yet make comments at. But I just want to ask one technical question for staff to look at. I'm bothered by the non-allowance of any rooftop projections. I'm not an architect, but I hang out with architects halfway regularly. And I think on a tall building, the elevator always has to have a rooftop projection. And if there's a staircase to the rooftop, even just for maintenance, that also has a projection. So if that cannot go above 75 feet, that means the buildings are going to be maybe 67 feet. At 67 feet, that's really just a 5-story building. You can't get to 6 stories in 67 feet. Why does that matter? Because, again, talking to architects, 6 stories is the optimal point for building efficiency. 1 story of concrete, 5 of wood, you sort of top out. If you go above 6, the International Building Code requires a different type of construction, and the economies go away. A lot of architects say unless you get to 12, it doesn't work again. So 6 is an optimal point, and by not allowing rooftop projections, we're effectively denying 6. If the goal is to look for a path to affordable housing downtown, we're shooting ourselves in the foot if we don't have an exception for rooftop projections. I really suggest we reconsider that policy. I'm absolutely fine with those projections being set back so they're not visible from the street below, the same as you're proposing now on the 5th and 6th stories. But let's just be a little smarter on that point, if I'm correct in my assumptions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll go to Alex DeCarli.
Forgive my attire and speech etiquette. I only learned about this at 4:30 today. So I'm going to say something a little uncharacteristic for me, for those of you that know me, as I typically strive to stay humble and discreet. There's theoretically, if we live in a city free of corruption, no one who stands to gain more financially than my family and I do from this proposed zone overlay. We own slightly more than half the area in the proposed overlay between B to D and the Boulevard to 4th. And yet we do not want to see this zone overlay pass. I'll repeat myself, we as multi-generational Petalumans do not want this. Approving this is the wedge that's going to split Petaluma wide open to further abuse by developers whose only interest in our town is to make a quick buck. They'll be gone before the ink is dry on the check and we'll be left with the spoils. I know I've had lunch with them. I'm very happy to see that there has been so much emphasis on one of my properties in the zone, the old Foster's Freeze. Let's talk about that. And by the way, I've never been reached out to or consulted by staff for their reports, though I'm used as an example. But thank you for using its current state as an indication of how you'd like us all to perceive the neighborhood as justification for your amendment. We tried a couple years ago to make that restaurant more attractive and compliant with ADA codes. This resulted in what would have been roughly an additional 100 square feet to the building. We were then told by the city that we would need a significant amount of additional parking, which they knew was unattainable, and so we've struggled to attract tenants. There's more to the story, but that's just a taste of it. I just think everyone here should have some context as to how the city actually treats locals if they're going to try and make our property their shining example of what they consider underutilized. Meanwhile, and the reason we're all here, there's a project across the street that seeks to not only gain special exemption, but change our laws in what would appear to be a partnership with the city. Because the city could and should have told them long ago, no, this is Petaluma's height limit, these are our parking requirements, and so on, but they didn't. Instead, the narrative has been, let's see what we can get away with. And that's the wedge I spoke of. Let's get this one in there, and then we'll be free to do it all over town, because why stop at 60? Let's go to 75, as already mentioned, or 100, and so on and so on. Quick opinion, there should be nothing constructed in Petaluma, especially west of the river, that is built taller than the clock tower. Likewise, it's been mentioned in past meetings that the facade and design of the building is actually in keeping with the neighboring architecture like Theater Square, a set of buildings that made little effort to complement the 19th century architecture downtown. But that was part of the wedge that got this hideous modern architecture you see popping up all over accepted. And we need not to compare ourselves to other cities, because if we follow suit, there won't be much left of Petaluma to call Petaluma. I don't want Petaluma to be modeled after or look like another city. It stands alone, and that's why we live here. I look forward to the day I can order a soft serve ice cream from the old Foster's Freeze and look towards down.
Well, thank you for that. Warren, you're next.
That's a hard act to follow. Not an act, but a good presentation. Good evening, Warren Dranett. I'm a resident of 6th Street. Commissioners, Vice Mayor Kidder Thompson. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. You know, I first want to start off by actually thanking staff and the hard work that they've put in here. I appreciate people's frustration, but to my knowledge and having attended a number of workshops on this, I think they're just doing their job. I think we have an applicant who submitted a non-conforming application, and they are required to do what they are doing. It is up to the Planning Commission, it is up to our decision makers to accept or decide what to do with it. But they are legally required to prepare options for our decision makers to make decisions. So I thank them for their hard work. I thank them for their thoughts on it. And I think it's up to us to decide whether to accept it or reject it. I also want to point out that since the survey by the Downtown Association came up earlier, I just want to clarify it. I have the email that got sent out in front of me. 93% of the respondents were familiar with the project. 63% or nearly 63% said they were in favor of a hotel downtown, which is different than saying they are in favor of this hotel. Later on in the survey, they asked whether people support this project, and it's split basically 50-50. So, you know, there is some support, some opposition, as you would expect. I think the two things that to keep in mind here are that there is a strong cultural preference for our downtown, but there is also the need and the issue for maintaining economic vitality. The problem is that we don't know how to link those two. There's nothing that gives us insight on how to do both. If people were told that the only way to save downtown is to have higher story buildings, they might support it. But right now, all we have is an overlay that's been pushed on us by a specific project, rather than a thoughtful analysis about how we are going to preserve the economic vitality of our town while considering the culture that we have maintained for so long. So I think we're coming at this wrong. I think there is a way to solve this, and I look forward to getting to that in a different way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are now at the end of our public comments. If there's no one else who will submit a card, do we get any more cards?
We have not received any more cards, but I do need to note that we did receive several public comments prior to the meeting, and they have been posted online, and they are available in the dais in the back as well.
Excellent. I want to thank everybody who has sat through this meeting so far and has taken the time to give us public comments and to give us their feedback. And for anyone watching on YouTube or watching later, thank you for those who sent us emails about this very project. Before we go back to questions for the historical, for the setbacks and historical resources, a fair number of public comments raised the issue of how this project came about. I do think there's some misunderstandings about who's driving this and why. I was wondering if either Andrew or Brian can just give us a brief overview of how the overlay arose specifically and why we've had to go through these steps.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, community, for those that were able to stick around. Obviously, more to come, more discussion to happen, and I welcome any additional follow-up, individual, group. So my door has always been open, and so that will continue. Everything that as part of our discussion here, there's a number of truths I think that have been mentioned by a number of public comments. I do want to clarify a few things. I mean, it is correct. As staff, we are, as part of our jobs, when a project proposal comes through, we are to analyze that project based on all the regulations at the state level down to our local policies, whether that's the general plan, whether it's various regulations are implementing zoning ordinance. All of that is based on our ability to connect with the community and to essentially carry out the needs and the desire of the community. And so that's an iterative process. It's not something that is identified in any one evening. And so we'll continue to engage the community, and this will be a better process for it. How we came to this point, we did get a submittal for a project that in a number of ways that have been identified was non-conforming to the existing policies that we have in place. I think the challenge has been it's not always black and white. It's we look at the different policies, we look at the different goals that ultimately end up providing a little bit of latitude. And so we look at a wide range. Staff has done an extensive analysis of all the general plan policies. And so it's all there. We're trying to be transparent about that. We are not proponents of one version of the overlay or another. We're simply presenting a vehicle for how a potential project could happen. I think on top of that, and I'm so grateful that we have some local property owners engaged and here today. This is, again, it's a conversation. It's something that we see as an opportunity to help evolve, help improve our downtown. That's not to take a specific view on one property or another. We're just outlining the sites that we see downtown. And so again, through our expertise, through our look at how we could potentially move forward and look at different ways to continue to evolve downtown, that's essentially how the overlay came about. Again, I mentioned this throughout this presentation. At this point, I mean, it really is a city and staff effort on the overlay itself, with the support of some consulting staff.
If I can just ask, because I do want to get this concrete for people, and I've seen a lot of misinformation about this so far. So I'll ask this in multiple questions. The applicant had a hotel they brought forward. They want it to be higher than the height limit allows. So per our rules, they're allowed to either modify their project to fit the existing rules, look at a different kind of compromise, or essentially take the project away, or they're allowed to propose a general plan amendment or zoning ordinance amendment, correct? That's part of our rules.
Absolutely. There's a limit to that, of course, a number limit even to how many times we can amend the general plan. And so these are all part of the process, right? And so if there is interest to look at something else, I mean, that's what this process is for.
And then as part of that, if the developer decides, okay, fine, I want to try and make an amendment, we cost recover that part of the process, I take it, correct? That's not us doing this on behalf of them, financially speaking.
That is correct. So as part of an application, all of our development applications are cost recovery, and so that's not funding that's pulled out of our general fund. That's purely at the feet of the developer.
And it's fair to say that part of why this process looks the way it does is this isn't the city or staff bringing some kind of last minute proposal. This is a response to a project because an applicant followed the rules that we've already laid out, that we can't really change at the last minute unless we've amended our general plan and the ordinances that relate to them, which we've not done yet, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And with that in mind, the process we're doing tonight and the process going forward, this is a study session to discuss what this could look like to respond to this process. Then staff are going to take these recommendations. There'll also be the HCPC discussion, and then we'll come back and actually look at a proposal to yay or nay, recommend or modify again before making a final determination, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to get this out because I can understand why people might think, oh, who sprung this on us? Why is this happening, right? Whether you like it or not, I can understand where that becomes a concern, and I saw it in several of the comments. I just want folks to understand that the way this came about is literally by an applicant following our own rules that we, for a litany of legal reasons, can't change on the fly, that we are now going through. And this is literally the process of evaluation, which is why we're so glad to have your public comments today, because that'll be part of how we do this discussion. But just so folks know, there will be no final decision today. This is just to evaluate it. And I'm saying that because I don't want you to think, hey, what happened? Why did they make it disappear? No. It's because this is just one step among many. And we are trying to listen as much as possible to everyone's considerations in this. With that in mind,
Can I just add to that? I just want to make sure I understand, because I think I see where you're going. The city planners and M Group and all that, you cannot unilaterally make the decision to reject this outright. If an applicant comes to you and said, this is the process, this is the legal process, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but you cannot say, no, we don't want this. I'm pretty sure the city is not going to want this. That's not up to you to make that decision, right? This is the correct process to go through to bring it in front of us and then the city council, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the way it has to happen.
The process, yes.
Yes.
I think, as we want to improve how we gather comments from a diverse group of stakeholders, if there's a way that we can improve and reach more people, that's not on a Tuesday evening on the back of city council that went past midnight. I think it'll be a better process with those changes.
Okay, yeah, I just want to, you saying that, Chair, made me think like this is how it's supposed to happen. Very much so. There's no shortcut in it. This is the way it's meant to be. So thank you.
No, thank you. And thank you for clarifying that. And thank you, Brian, for being willing to respond to frustratingly blunt questions. I'm going to go back to where the discussion was before public comment. So we'll go to.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
You know what? Yeah. We'll take a 5-minute break so everybody can use the restroom, text their loved ones, all of that. one's back. Well, this is a little more intimate. Oh, happy to. Bye. All right, everybody, I think we're back, so we will reconvene the meeting from our 5-minute break. And now we will go back to the item we were at before, which I don't know if we can all remember our questions, but it had to do with setbacks and historical resources. We'll go through this item, and then we will go through the last item on the list before we actually get into feedback. With that, we'll start with Heidi.
Sorry, thanks. Are we going to get a setback presentation, or did we get that already?
We did get that.
We did get that.
before.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. It was so long ago.
I can provide a quick summary. if
No,
you'd
but that's
like.
okay. That's okay. I know my question already. It's about Exhibit 4.3. It is. Let's see. So Exhibit 4.3, new development confronting a residential building. It shows that if we had a development across the street from a residential development, it would be 2 stories and then it would start to set back, right? Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
That's
Great.
the idea.
Yeah, and then if you go to the table above, there's a table 3, setbacks abutting contributing structures in historic districts, and it says above 30 feet or 2 stories, whichever is less, primary street frontage, that there would be 0. It would be 0 feet, or is that an inconsistency, or am I just not understanding it?
The image in Exhibit 4.3 refers to the development standards depicted in Table 2, not
in Table
Table
2.
3.
Okay.
And if that wasn't clear or confusing
Okay,
in
that-
written documents, I apologize.
Okay.
I hope the images match the text.
Well, okay, then just maybe you can explain the Table 3 scenario to me a little bit. So where we have, the setbacks abutting contributing structures in historic districts. So for ones that are above 30 feet, there would be no setbacks, all right? So the setbacks wouldn't start until 4 stories, is that right?
Could you put that on the screen for
pull it up.
we're all looking at the same
Yeah,
thing?
we're just about to do that. If you could just zoom in on these 2 tables here. Bear with us. Why is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. So, say one thing, that Table 2 and 3 could both apply depending on conditions. But I don't believe the overlays would present these conditions, but they could both equally apply. But they do track sort of that up to 30 feet, there's one set of rules. Once you cross that 30-foot line, then either a step back on one side or a step back on the other starts to apply, depending on whether or not you're confronting a residential district, or a use rather, or abutting a historic property. So the idea is that the 30-foot line is, once you cross it, then you need to push the building back either from the street front or push it back from a side property line to defer to a historic resource.
Okay, so I think I see Table 2 is matching with Exhibit 4.3, right? Then those would be the things that are correlated. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I see. Okay. Yep. That was my kind of confused. That was a little bit confusing, but thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, and should we have an opportunity to present this sort of stuff again, we'll make sure it's tied better.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
thank you.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Roger?
I had a question on the historical. It seems like it's primarily dealing with massing, setback and massing and height. How do you deal with compatibility?
Yes, and because the overlay applies these additional regulations, you still have the discretionary review through the historic site plan and architectural review. So that new development would still follow the historic district guidelines, and those apply aesthetics or compatibility as well.
But there's nothing in the guideline, at least the guidelines that I've seen, that talks anything about design. It's how to remodel a historic building, how to preserve an historic building, but how do you build a new building in a historic section? There's no guidelines on how you go about that.
Right, and the guidelines I want to reference to are either the historic commercial district guidelines, and there are two as well for the A Street Historic and the Oak Hill. Those guidelines are very broad in terms of features to each architectural and character of the property. Usually historic district guidelines do provide that additional level of review when examining a property or looking at certain features in height and that compatibility level. With that historic district guidelines, we also reference the Secretary of Interior standards. And within those standards, those are applied nationally as well. And that has a standard for rehabilitation. Within the standards, it does take into consideration new construction in terms of rear additions or adaptations in that level of detail.
I guess the question is, if you build a new building on a vacant site in a historic district, what are the guidelines?
Well, the district has those design guidelines, so that would be applied to that property.
I guess what I'm saying is I did not see any design guidelines. I heard setback and proportion, but it doesn't say how you go about designing a compatible building in the context of historic buildings. It doesn't say follow that building or follow that building. There's no...
Right, and that falls under the discretionary review, bringing forward a design to the Historic and Cultural Preservation Committee, understanding what is the new development, really analyzing the exterior and aesthetics. And that is the subjective part of the review, making sure with the guidance of the district guidelines, how compatible it is. Another level of review for that is the historic resource evaluations, understanding and analyzing those potential impacts. And those are done on a case-by-case and site-specific.
I know the hotel's not part of the discussion, but the difficulty of defining what it is that building should respond to is not clear. And it's not clear to the applicant, it's not clear to us. What is it? What should it do? What can it do? What shouldn't it do? It's wide open. So I think if we're going to expand intensity, we need to expand how we dovetail the whole downtown as one place, not as districts that are entirely different, but not one design, but one downtown, cohesive, compatible, complementary. And I don't see any of that in the guidelines.
Do you want to?
Yeah, Commissioner, so what I'm hearing is limitation with our existing and proposed regulations. So I think that's an important point to make that we are going to take back. And I think this would be a really informative discussion with our HCPC committee members. So we'll be prepared for that.
Okay. Are we into 5.1 yet, or is that coming? Exhibits 5.1, 5.2.
We're happy to talk about them if you have questions.
Is this now the appropriate time, or are you going to? Okay, could you pull 5.1 up on the screen? I guess my concern is that on the right side is the Theater District streetscape, which is basically a 4 foot by 5 foot tree well, I think. If you do that on the left side, is that I'm worried about that overhang, that second floor coming over that tightly. Does that screw up the street tree potential or the growth of the street tree?
So if I'm understanding the question correctly, in I wish I could have a laser pointer. Maybe I'll bring one next time I come. On the left side of the drawing, it's depicting a building, a potential building where the ground floor is pushed back from the property line.
Right.
And then goes up and then comes back and then follows the property line vertically. So this could provide some relief for a tree at the sort of the first 12 or 14 feet, but like any other building in downtown, the trees
Yeah.
would be impacted
But
by the zero property lines.
The tree's going to be 20 feet wide and
Yeah.
40 feet tall. So how do we deal with a street tree, a balanced street tree on Petaluma Boulevard when we have two different things happening?
Well, and to clarify, if we're looking apples to apples, it looks like on the right side, there's a sidewalk in front of the theater building there, and there's that same right-of-way or sidewalk plus the indent into that ground floor, right?
Yeah. But just the question, is there room for a tree to grow there? I know it's the same ground floor space, but the overhead space for the spreading tree looks difficult.
And I think you're pointing out a challenge in downtown that some of the sidewalks are, the right away from the curb to the property line is very narrow. And in front of the hotel site, I think the sidewalk's 9'5". So
I guess
it is limited.
I'm questioning whether that pop-out idea is a limitation to street trees, which I think are important to balance the Petaluma Boulevard as a boulevard.
I may be misunderstanding, but I wouldn't characterize it as a pop-out. Instead, it shows a building pushed back onto the private property, 8 foot, and then at the second story, it comes back to the property line. In other words, if the overlay wasn't proposed, you could have a 45-foot tall building right at that property line, and also sort of limiting the ability for a tree to grow because the city doesn't require a setback on the street frontage.
So it would be the same as the theater district edge?
For example, yeah.
Yeah. I guess it's the question is what works better for equal tree growth, tree planting on the boulevard that we want, that we've invested money in some substantial tree planting.
Yeah. Oh.
Commissioner, I think what we should do here, I think we can get together. I think we should look at, maybe a shorter list of potential trees that are on our list that may be more conducive to this issue. I mean, ultimately it's a trade-off, right? So what I'm hearing is even as proposed with what we have on the zoning code, we haven't designed it in a way to incorporate mature tree growth along the boulevard. And so what I'm hearing now is as part of the study session, we should go back, take a look at how to design the street, or is this overlay an opportunity to come up with some sort of design that better incorporates mature tree?
Yeah, I guess my bias is that I think Petaluma Boulevard should have street trees that are sort of matching, not two different solutions. Or not to let a building take over the street tree concept. How about 5.2?
And if I may add, I mean, this could be one of the 5 criteria for taller buildings to say that give and take happens to enable street trees to have more air to grow.
Yeah.
Oops.
Okay, 5.2.
How do I go down? You have to scroll. All right. 5.2.
Okay, on
This is awkward.
get down to the street level.
Yeah,
Right.
coming. Here we go.
Okay.
We can find a happy medium. There we go.
All right, so on the right side of the section that shows a 2-foot planter for a tree, that's not adequate for a street tree?
And I think that this drawing is depicting existing conditions, so it's the layout of the right-of-way beyond the travel lanes. And it may not be a continuous planter, but to my eyes, it shows that there's a 10-foot zone that's enables sidewalks and/or tree wells along both sides of the street. So this isn't a suggestion on how the right-of-way could be reprogrammed. It should be depicting how it's existing today.
I'm not
But
sure
to
I
answer your
follow
question,
you.
I think you might say the 4 foot's not enough,
You've
and I
got
think you'd have support.
You've got a 6 and 2 foot pedestrian walk is 6 foot, the tree planter is 2 feet, so it's 8 feet total.
Yeah, and I may be misunderstand. This is depicting existing conditions. Now, there may be some variations that it's a 3 foot tree well versus a 5 foot sidewalk, but the right of way is constrained by existing conditions at 65 feet, and within that is the sidewalks and the tree wells and the driving lanes.
So what we're seeing is what's already there.
In other words,
I'm not understanding you. On the right side of the section, there's a 2 foot tree planter and a 8 foot, or I can't remember, is that 6 foot or 8 foot sidewalk? Right?
yeah, this is based on survey work of that street frontage to show.
Is that, but that building is not an existing condition, right?
True, but the
Okay.
right of way is
So that
constrained
street tree
by.
should be a 4 foot minimum width street tree.
Okay.
I mean, if that's a brand new building, because that's an existing condition, you don't just necessarily accept that.
Well, I'm suggesting that the right-of-way is an existing condition. That's the city's public right-of-way is the 65-foot zone that's sort of roughly in the center of the drawing, and then the private property side starts at this, the active edge, the 8-foot zone that's shown on the right side of the drawing.
But if that tree planter expands by 2 feet, your pedestrian sidewalk reduces by 2 feet, and I'm not sure that's what you want.
Yeah, noted. It's very constrained on Keller.
Okay. And then Exhibit 12.
Okay. Bear with me. 12. Sorry for the scrolling. Oh, okay.
Okay, so that's where I'm saying that I don't, the new facade fill-in opening, either small at the top or the 3, it tends to say vertical facade, vertical proportion is what you want.
Right, and these are images taken directly from our existing commercial historic district guidelines. So these are the guidelines that we're already recommending for the downtown of having that appropriate infill development.
So
And that,
what happens when you're on the right side of that diagram when there are no existing buildings that you have to refer to?
is that the lower diagram you're referencing here?
Yeah, on the right, the right, lower right section. Is that still governed by the verticality?
I'm sorry, so you're referencing the one on the bottom right diagram?
Yeah, bottom right, where the word "this" is. That's adjacent to a building.
Right, and this is an example of not to set it back because it creates that space
see.
that's
Okay.
that's not compatible with a storefront that's aligning on the property line.
I covered this before, but I guess my question is, what happens when you put a new building? What are the guidelines for that? It's not sandwiched by historic buildings on both sides, but it's next to a historic district, and it needs to have some compatibility. How do we?
Right, and I see the confusion there on where the development for this overlay might see some confusion with the existing design guidelines. And I think that's something that we can kind of clarify coming from the study session. But I can see how new development, whether it's an infill between two historic districts or in a corner lot, that would also go through a discretionary review to have that appropriate feedback.
Discretionary review, except that when it's a lower cost housing, then it goes through ministerial review, right?
I'm sorry, say that again?
If it's lower cost housing, a certain percentage of lower cost housing, it goes through ministerial review.
Only if it qualified for SB 35. So it would have to be a qualifying project. Yeah, I do think that the guidelines for new construction are sparse. They do reference proportionality of the facade, composition, detailing, materials, colors. building setback, I think it would be up to the planning process to ask for the analysis to look for those character defining elements that should be demonstrated in new construction and reflected in new construction to achieve compatibility with existing development. And so I think the outstanding question would be, to what extent would an overlay define perhaps those character defining elements that are not defined in the current design guidelines that are in effect?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, that's me.
Roger touched a lot on where I was going. I would ask, even with that question in mind, I think we are going to need that analysis, because I think this question, should this move forward and should we get into the subject of the hotel or anything else down the road, we're going to keep coming up against this issue of how do we make these projects look like they belong in our downtown area. And wow, I had no idea how loud that air conditioning was until it turned off. Question I did have, you mentioned that we could, as part of the conditions, improve setbacks for better tree space with this. I was also thinking about bike and pedestrian access, especially bike lane access, because in those areas it's not the greatest. The downtown area is kind of a landmine to try and bike around, just given how narrow some of those roads are. Having looked at the setback diagrams, is it possible for when and if this comes back, we'd be able to have more setback for a taller building to allow for improved protected bicycle lanes?
That does seem like a reasonable request, and understanding exact site conditions within those sub areas, that does require another level of survey work, similar to these section drawings, a very detailed understanding of how a pedestrian uses and would have access to these new developments. And I think Brian wanted.
Just a note, this is making me think about a parallel process that's going through the public discussion now with respect to our active transportation plan. And so that's, again, some homework for us to take back, because I see it two different ways, right? We have what we can control within the public right away, and then what I'm kind of hearing now is more in the private realm. Are there some design standards that would accommodate some more better infrastructure for people walking and biking? And so, yeah, food for thought for us.
And I would add that the street cross-section design is driven by the Public Works Street Design Manual. And so we do run into situations where if street design is not updated to be consistent with the goals for activity within the public right-of-way, then that will have an impact on development.
Can we still, I can see where the conflict would be an issue, but can we still add these considerations so we're at least trying to go in that direction? I only say this because I can imagine trying to update our street standards. That might take some time, but I wouldn't want to push back on this if it meant that we could maybe get some improved bicycle infrastructure in these sites sooner.
Right, we can absolutely review it with city engineer.
All right. And then, sorry, I'm just trying to collect my thoughts here. One thing I noted, having walked the historic district just to get a feel for some of the standards that popped up, there's a lot more alleyways. And I was just wondering, for the setbacks, maybe I missed it, but is there any kind of alleyway requirement for buildings coming up abutting against our more historic buildings? And the only reason I bring that up is just because of access points and repairs. And maybe I just missed it entirely, so.
Yes, there are alleyways, even noted within our current historic districts in Oak Hill, Brewster. There are some that are noted, and within the commercial district, there is one or two, I believe. Within this current proposal, we didn't include an alleyway for that setback.
Okay.
And I think it depends where the alleyways are located. So we could have that consideration that if there is an existing alleyway, to continue that continuity, kind of understanding all sides to the building, whether if it's an infill or behind residential or behind another business. So that is another level of detail that we can include.
All right, thank you. I only raised it in case there was a necessity for it. I wasn't sure if there was, but having looked at the rest of the downtown, it felt like that came up quite a bit for garbage access and backdoor access for service entries. And then, during the thorough historic resources presentation you gave, it honestly seemed like a lot of what we could discuss on that subject is kind of on hold until that survey is done or until those reports are completed. Is that an accurate assessment?
Yes, and that is part of the Historic Cultural Resource Report, to provide that in-depth level of review. And again, this is study session, just bringing forward to the documentation that we've received so far and what's forthcoming. This also just provides another level of public input on considerations. The report does include 3 sub-areas from today and those preliminary recommendations, and the report could further include conversations from today to provide that in-depth analysis to then take forward to HCPC. So it's really an ongoing process through the planning and applicants and the consultants to provide sufficient information for an action date or further discussion, but we want to have it available for you. So this is an opportunity to present that where we're at and what we're looking forward. But it is with that intention to provide consultant work and have our due diligence and have that peer review as well. So it's not just one consultant, but having an appropriate level of review through that peer review. So we do expect that forthcoming.
So we'll have that back for us to look at when and if we see this again once it's circled past through HCPC.
Yes.
Okay. And then question about the 5th and 6th story setbacks. Is there any way to, I don't know if mandating as a requirement is the right direction, but those seem like excellent locations for active outside decks or balconies. I know the setbacks aren't the depth of the setbacks isn't that great. I was just wondering if that is a typical thing people would do in a development of this kind, or if those are more of the back of a building and therefore just kind of left bare.
So if I can understand the question, and would like to refer you to the overlay or the line of sight drawing that's up on the screen. The question is, if there is an upper floor setback or step back, does the overlay preclude active use of that space?
It was more of, can the overlay encourage active use of those spaces for balconies and decks?
I would see a developer saying, great, and now I can have either a patio for my apartments or open space for my hotel rooms or whatever, subject to the sort of construction limitations for waterproofing, stuff like that. But you could, and I have seen precedents for this in other ordinances of saying, if you're going to have those things, we want them to be planted or leafy or, somehow a relief from the sort of public sphere of having just buildings. So, just talking here, that could be another one of the qualifying criteria that you put in there to say, for those step backs, they need to be programmed. So, and then maybe you also would say, and you're not putting your HVAC there, or, things we don't want to see.
Yeah.
Clutter.
Great. And one final question, and then I will stop. I think for the issue that Roger's certainly raised about kind of how we keep one kind of uniform design look or aesthetic through the downtown, looking at the diagram you have on screen right now, almost equally as just the front of the building, what people can see behind that like first setback is going to be really important. And so I just wanted to call out, when we're looking at an analysis of what those design standards could be, it might be unusual compared to elsewhere, but I think the design and aesthetic look of those setbacks is going to matter to people here who are especially concerned about what these designs will look like next to historic buildings. So I just wanted to flag that.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. Typically when design review is undertaken, it's the flat elevation drawings, and you don't get the benefit of knowing how set back it is. So you're still assessing all of that surface, even though it may be pushed back. And so I think we would apply maybe not exactly the same standard as you would at the street level or the first few floors, but the same desire for quality materials and interest would be present up on the upper floors too.
Thank you. Darren.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple notes I had here. Going off Roger's question about what happens when you're building in the historic district, but you don't have an abutting structure to be a reference point. And I'm wondering if something like, if we go to Exhibit 4.3, that's across from a residential development, but if there's something we can condition to that effect, that if you're across from or not immediately adjacent, but have some reference point, can we ask for some kind of step back like that? And again, this is if that was a historic building instead of residential, and that becomes a reference point, even though it's not immediately abutting the property.
Yes, that does make a good point in terms of what you see across the street and the fluidity of having a historic district in front of your property or the new development. Normally, the design guidelines for a historic district pertain to properties within the boundary, but it would be good to consider how that flux and kind of dissolves slowly, not just an abrupt cut through downtown or one public street, particularly around sub-area C. So maybe considering maybe a couple of options coming from the development for historic resources, not just the datum line across, but considering the volume across the street as well, if that's a graphic that you think would be valuable.
I think it's a good model to start from, just because you've already generated it, and I think it's a good prompt to go off of. And likewise for step backs in general, I'm wondering if we should call out, and we're starting, I think it's with two stories and 30 feet. Let me reference again. When step backs begin. Okay, then it starts at the 45-foot level and 30 if we're abutting contributing structures. If we should have some immediately somehow reference the height of the actual abutting contributing structure, just in case it's below 30 feet, to have something in there that kind of ties it to or do we want to keep a datum line if it's above 30 feet? Now I don't think we're going to run into that necessarily in some of the areas we've picked out because there aren't that many abutting contributing structures, but if we should somehow tie it to the actual height, and maybe we're already doing that with datum line, or is there something we can do there to kind of tie that together?
And the 30 feet that's noted in this exhibit, it's to show the height of possibilities, but having a datum line carry through is the intention, whether it's below 30 feet or higher.
Okay, great. And then I noticed for all the districts, obviously setbacks are not built in. I do echo in trying to include or see the feasibility of some kind of setback here. Obviously, this is driven, we're separating the projects. This is driven by an applicant that wants no setbacks, but seeing if there's something we can do to advocate for some kind of setback or at a certain height limit at least, build in a setback condition up to above 45 feet. Maybe there's a 5-foot setback, something like that to help with that massing and scale. Because I notice it's zeros across the board, so there might be something we can do there to help kind of not make structures so imposing if they are going to be taller.
Chair Rackison, with regard to compatibility that we've talked about across several questions, I think that compatibility would always be considered through the site plan and architectural review process, whether it's historic site plan and architectural review by the HCPC or SPAR by the Planning Commission, would always be taken within a broader context than immediately abutting buildings. So we would look at an entire street section and consider that context when looking at compatibility, rather than just looking at an immediately adjacent building. So to all of that to say that I believe that with our current SPAR and HSPAR findings, we are driven to look at compatibility across the broader context. And so maybe we don't need to be quite so restrictive or prescriptive in the overlay regulations, but we can examine some alternatives and look to see where that comfort level lies in the level of detail with regard to compatibility. And then with regard to the ground floor setback from the property line, when we look at that, we're really looking towards what sort of a streetscape and a street level environment do we want to design. If we go and look at the existing commercial historic district, we see that the buildings typically do not have any setback, right? They're being brought up right to the sidewalk. So we may want to push back in order to create a wider sidewalk or to create some landscaping in front of the buildings. And I think, again, we can analyze some alternatives there and look more specifically at those setbacks. But we do then use the upper level step backs to create some relief from that sort of imposing nature of a taller structure.
Yeah, I appreciate all that detail and clarification. I think working with some kind of ground level setback, not step back, setback, has some merit to it, just when we're looking at, especially as height goes up. But yeah, other than that, my questions have been answered, so thanks.
Rick?
No further question. It was a very complete presentation, so I appreciate that, and a lot of my questions have been answered already, so thanks.
Great.
No further questions.
Excellent. And with that, we'll move on to the next part of the presentation.
I'm almost afraid to look behind me to see who's remaining. Thanks for sticking around. For those of you still in the audience. Okay, so we are at the tail end. Again, if there's additional questions or topics that Commission wants included, I think there's opportunity at the end, but this is the final question that we as staff feel will give us a pretty clear sense of how to move forward. And so we've talked a lot about the economic opportunities. We've talked about merits on vitality downtown, how it with respect to our general plan, with respect to the direction that our future general plan seems to be tracking with. And so we've gone through a big, discussion. The initial part of our general plan update had been successfully updating our housing element. And so part of that, again, is respecting our urban growth boundary, recognizing that we do need to accommodate infill. One of the commenters was correct in that our housing inventory did not identify sites downtown, but I think there's a nuance there. Just because it's not identified as for this exercise of identifying potential sites for the housing element for the state to comply with state law, that doesn't discount the city's ability to look at different opportunities that weren't identified in the inventory. And so for a number of reasons, and we start to see this, and on the next slide, we'll provide some examples, but one of the core elements of this overlay is to look at potential overlay regulations that may incentivize more housing. Commissioner Rakusin had also identified this as a clear priority to promote housing that's affordable, and so that's another component to this. And so I'll just ask Isabel to go to the next slide. So this is just one slide here. We identify, basically the theme for this is how do we currently in the mixed use zone, what projects typically end up doing. Here's an example of a project along the river, as well as the Theater Square district, where you have sort of an active, vibrant commercial ground level with two floors of residential. If you look at the rental rates for these projects, they're expensive. It's absolutely not in the realm of affordability for a number of people. And so I think we recognize what the market has been able to do with the existing zoning regulations, the demand, the market. And so this is an opportunity potentially through this overlay to incentivize the housing that we want, the housing that we need for our downtown. And so we pose one recommendation as staff is at this point in time, we don't have the ability to have a project come in where residential is on the ground floor. I don't think we should, it's not a simple solution of just allowing for that, because I don't know if that's the right approach or the right answer. But I think if there's a slight tweak to allow for some additional housing, maybe not the entire ground floor, but maybe there is an incentive to allow for different types of housing that's not just market rate, that's not just rental. This is an opportunity for us to receive some of that feedback and some thoughts here that we can be responsive to.
All right. Is that the end of this part of the presentation?
This was a short and sweet one, yes.
Okay. Just didn't want to jump the gun. Okay.
Just a brief question. You get into 60, 70-foot structures, housing structures. Those are very expensive buildings. And I just can't see how you get low-end housing in a high-density building. Have you considered bringing in a developer, an investor, or something from Berkeley or Albany and say, tell us about the reality of 6 stories or intensive? Should we put the affordable housing out in the flatlands and and less affordable in downtown, or what are we trying to do here? Because I'm not sure, intensifying downtown to 60 feet, 75 feet, you're going to achieve housing that they can rent. It's going to be just the fire safety issues when you get above 4 floors, very, very expensive. And to build a 400-unit project and open it, you have to build all 400 units before you can open it. You don't build 10 and sell them and 10 and sell them. You build the whole structure so all the fire sprinklers work. Then you can open one unit. So it's a big jump. And I just don't think we know what we're doing. And no derogatory comment meant, but I think we should bring in some experts and say, what do you think? And are we barking up the wrong tree, or?
So we are. So just another plug for the upcoming publicly available General Plan Advisory Committee meeting is that very topic next Thursday. We're bringing in strategic economics to talk through the limitations and also some recommendations on how to move forward. Not just on market rate, but also for affordable housing. And so, again, you've outlined some of the challenges we see, right? And so we have when we think about the Spanos project, sort of on the fringe of downtown. It can be done, but again, that's a very specific type of housing that we've seen. And so this isn't to say, again, I think this one's a little bit more open-ended. I do agree. I do think this needs to have more discussion, bringing in, strategic economics next week. So I think this is more in its infancy, the concept of how do we bring more housing opportunities downtown. Having said that, it is, while it may be more difficult to do, I don't think we should shy away from it, right? I think we should have that conversation, at least to explore the potential. And so that's what we're starting, looking forward to starting that conversation here.
And Brian, I'll give a plug for our inclusionary housing ordinance. That would require any development over 5 units for 15% of those to be dedicated. I think 7.5% have very low, and the other ones have mid to low. So 15% of any development above 5 units would be required to be affordable. So that is something.
Okay, Heidi.
Thank you. Yeah, I only have one question. Based on one of the commenters, have you thought about doing any type of economic impact assessment of the overlay, just to see, what it would look like with and without it, or half built or something like that, just to see how it would impact the community for good, for better or worse?
That is something we'll be looking into. It's something I noted, as did other staff. And so I think we identified some of the limitations on trying to come up with an analysis on an overlay. I'm sure we've looked into how we can do it. I have some thoughts, and so something we can come back with.
All right, great, thank you. That's all I have.
I absolutely agree with Darren's point about, I think, looking at affordability based on height is a great idea. Do we already provide a certain amount of incentivization based on affordability based on our fees? Because I was also thinking, if we've got a nonprofit developer who wants to come in, or we've got somebody who's willing to build a chunk of affordable units more than the 15%, are we already offering a break on fees for the area?
We are. So there's a number of tools we're looking to implement as part of implementing the current housing element. City Council also in recent year adopted a fee reduction, essentially. So that has proven in its short time to be successful in bringing online some projects and secure some additional funding. And so it's just been a short window, but we can point to some successful projects with some of the policies that our council has supported and pushed over the last year.
And this area is well within a transit zone. Would there be a potential for projects in the proposed overlays to qualify for some significant state and federal dollars if we're again talking about more nonprofit developers?
Absolutely. I would say, you're 100% correct. That is what we see on the ground, right? It is within our high quality transportation network, our regional network. And so that landscape is changing. There's existing ones that current projects could take advantage of. And so it's there. I think the state will continue to look for different opportunities to further incentivize. And so we'll be there to be responsive to those.
And then I do like the idea of incentivizing ground floor the way that you've proposed. I would say, though, we keep getting pushback on mixed use, and I really don't want to see us lose that in the downtown area, that idea of commercial on the bottom, apartments on the top. So anything we can do to strengthen that, and also strengthen the definition of if we can, mixed use in this context of this overlay?
I think it's a changing world at the moment, changing economy. We have a project right there on Washington where, we have some vacancies. We've built mixed use, we've built retail, we've built offices, and at this point in the economy, they're underutilized. And so I believe is it PEP Housing? There's a project there with the Thai restaurant, long time vacancy there. And so what they're going through a process now is similar to this. Can we put some more residential to balance what's working there for the restaurant? And so the market seems to be responsive to that. But we also don't want just a blanket residential, we agree with that 100%. I mean, I think that would take away, from the fabric of downtown if that were to happen.
All right. Oh, thank you. And then I was going to flag, because you're looking for incentivization. I know with some of these sites, it is developers filling out the whole thing or nothing at all. That being said, I have seen in kind of more urbanized neighborhoods in Sacramento, they've done a fair bit of work trying to create cluster like sixplexes, where you still get the mixed use opportunity of an apartment or development, but you've still got that kind of residential look. It also allows for potential for rent and ownership. I know it's not incredibly common, but I've seen it in a number of neighborhoods, and it's the kind of density we're talking about here. So I just wanted to flag it. And then I agree with Roger about about the cost that apartments here are likely to have. Having lived in Theater Square, I can tell you just how unaffordable it is. But I do want to flag that this does help us with our missing middle issue. So even if we're not able to completely master the affordability in the downtown, that might end up freeing up apartments or other units elsewhere in town that were being taken up by folks who could afford something more. And with that, Darren.
Thank you. And yeah, one of the big questions I had is, have we looked at Theater Square and done an analysis in terms of both that ground floor retail component and the apartment component? Someone sent me an apartment vacancy report that the city put together. And actually, the vacancy rate was a lot lower than I thought it might be. But have we examined kind of what their model is? Because it's such an analog to what we're talking about here. If we're talking about mixed use in a zone right across Petaluma Boulevard, how are they achieving it or not achieving it, and what can we learn? Have we kind of done that process?
It's absolutely, we talk about the overlay and its proximity to our historic districts, the overlay with its proximity to our residential, but the Theater Square district is very much in that same vein and same conversation. It was a different economy when the project and the redevelopment and that happened in phases and over time, and it's still, trying to get to, I would argue that it's still trying to get to its full maximum capacity. But as you see here, there's sort of a typical, based on the zoning that is allowed today, this is essentially what you get with how our zoning is constructed at the moment.
Well, and I'm scrambling through the mixed use code right now, but you'll have to remind me, is live work currently permitted on the first floor, or is that something that was still being discussed?
I don't have that answer on hand, but I will pause to see if anyone has memorized.
No, and while I'm throwing out questions that I might need a little research, if live work is approved, and then if we have any determinations, I believe we talked about SROs or the shared living arrangements being doable in mixed use. Just wanted to know if either of those were in play for this area, because my instinct is in this mixed use discussion to not change kind of the ground floor retail activated storefront. If that's from a bygone era, that would be a shame, but that really is kind of the model I think we're trying to do to keep downtown vibrant and keep that an accessible place that offers some kind of public benefit or gathering space. So I do want to see that remain in place, but I'm wondering if we have any flexibility in terms of live work, because I know sometimes those are a little bit easier to make work in a changing retail environment.
Well, I think I have a lot of thoughts about ground floor activity generating uses and mixed-use projects. And I think that if you have demand for commercial space, then ground floor commercial uses should be provided, and the market will want to provide those. I think one question is, what is the level of activity you're trying to achieve, right? And when do you want that level of activity? Do you want crowded sidewalks 24/7, or do you want sidewalks that you can, walk down and see other people walking down? And I think that when we talk about ground, that street or ground level of activity, and we assume that mixed use will generate that, but we don't know how much activity we want, because you could get that activity from residents, walking back and forth to work, or going to a bus stop that's placed mid-block, or something like that, or a parklet that would attract people out to it. So there is a question about the amount of activity that's desired that I think should be taken into account when you think about mixed-use development and where you want it and how much of it you want. And then some of that too becomes a matter of the building design, because then we want to think about, well, how is the building designed to create that environment that could encourage activity, or at the same time create some private space if you have residences abutting the sidewalk. So the code is currently written to not give us much flexibility on on mixed use, right? Although really, is it truly mixed use, or is it just residential with ground floor commercial? I mean, it's also how you define a mixed use building. And to your point, could a work-live unit be considered a mixed-use component, or deem a project then mixed use, because you do have that sort of work commercial component on the ground floor? But what if it's somebody who's developing intellectual property and they do all of their meetings online and they never leave their office? Are they generating any ground floor activity, and is that okay? So I think there's a lot of questions to unpack there on that mixed-use question specifically. But if and so that was our question, is, are on some streets, and I don't think that street is necessarily Petaluma Boulevard South, but let's say for sub-area A on what would that be? D Street, and then is it 4th Street on the west side of sub-area A? Then there may be some points mid-block where it might be okay to have ground floor residential, provided that we do have commercial nodes on the corners. And in that way, we might be able to achieve a higher residential density, for instance, in sub-area A, while still achieving the goals that we have for mixed use and ground floor activity.
And that was the current qualification in there now, right? Is that if it faces Petaluma Boulevard South, then it requires that retail storefront. That's already built into what you've presented in the packet, right? Okay.
And all of the, I think all of at current, the proposal doesn't have the nuance of allowing ground floor residential. At present, it would all be ground floor commercial, I believe, throughout the overlay.
So fronting sort of main corridor, so Petaluma Boulevard South would not be residential. I think what we're looking for is sort of less public areas on the ground floor that may accommodate residential. So again, that was just, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that was part of one idea on how we could activate and bring more residential opportunity downtown.
And that's page 4 of the staff report. Item number 5 listed there, flexibility, multifamily residential use. exceptions would require ground floor activating uses along Petaluma Boulevard South and within 30 feet of an intersection of 2 or more public streets. So I see the balance we're trying to strike there, I guess. Yeah, I think to support that argument or kind of give us more data, an analysis of some of the mixed use in the surrounding areas would be a good start. Like, what is the vacancy rate at Theater Square? Yeah, and just kind of anecdotally, I obviously see the logic behind it. I'd just be reticent, given public concern about design and mixed use that we've heard a lot of, to make any exceptions in this area for that design code or that zoning code. I'm just reticent to do that. But yeah, thank you for the clarifications. And obviously, we're going to have bigger discussions about mixed use in general. So.
Thank you, Darren. Rick?
Yeah, I'm going to follow up on Darren's question about SRO. And I believe from previous conversation we brought them up that it's not currently defined as a specific housing use or classification. Is that correct?
In our zoning code, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so, in asking, is there something that we can incentivize? Is that a housing classification that we can introduce into this overlay as an option?
Yes, and I think what you're recalling is part of to get our housing element adopted. That was one thing that the state had identified as a limitation for us to bring on different types of housing, SRO, single room occupancy. And so that's something that's on our work plan, not just potentially in this overlay, but potentially citywide as well.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you. And then with regard to ground floor residencies or ground floor residential, the project that's the newer PEP project down Petaluma Boulevard South next to Mr. Mom's, that has ground floor residential. Is that correct?
I believe it's 100%. I was just there this morning. My in-laws live in the development right next door. It is it's 100% residential. I believe there's a community space. There's an extension of the Riverwalk on the back end, but there's no commercial to my knowledge.
So that was a permitted use, obviously, was that required to get some kind of a special use or other variance?
So I'd have to look at. I don't know if it's one for one. So the zoning may be different there. It's 100%. I believe it's 100% housing development. So I don't know if it's an apples to apples. I'd have to look into that project, and I can get you that information.
Yeah, I doubt it's mixed use there. I'm sure it's 100% residential. So
yeah.
Okay, but at least it provides a model of a look and feel and interaction with a street front that is Petaluma Boulevard South nonetheless.
Yeah, and I think that's also a different. I mean that's. I was just thinking about this on my drive from there to work this morning. That section of the boulevard is different from the section that we're also talking about, right? And so it doesn't have to, so there's nothing to say that there needs to be the same uniform design from B all the way down to the roundabout there, because that is much more residential. I think there's going to be, as part of the general plan process, I think there's going to be a question about what should that section of the boulevard look like. And so, we're looking forward to that conversation. But it does give an example of what it could potentially look like along the boulevard.
Okay. So my question.
Thank you, Rick. Vice Mayor?
I'm just looking at like A, B, and C. I'm going to stick with that. And, I look at areas like, B. I mean, it used to be a hotel there, but it could be housing. I mean, it would be actually a really good place for housing. And then I look at C, and there's a lot of opportunity for housing there. And I don't think you really need to have a mixed use because you're connected to your downtown. You have your shopping, Petaluma Market close by. And so I think so you don't always have to have a mixed use project. And especially in C, I don't think it's warranted. And then B, I think would be probably more high-end housing. And then as far as A goes, I think I would not put housing on the boulevard. I think it needs to be inside, away from the boulevard, more on the 4th Street side, if you're going to do housing. And then, like down in San Diego, they're doing all kinds of housing that they're kind of retrofitting within like a neighborhood and, doing multiplexes that are quite lovely. So I think there's just a lot of opportunities, and we're always stuck on mixed use, saying that name. And there's been some areas that were mixed use, and they failed. And so I think we need to have an evaluation of what has worked in this town and what hasn't, and we need to look at the locations to make those determinations. But I think mixed use, if you're right in a town, you walk out and you're connected. So that's all I have to say.
Yeah, I wanted to agree with the vice mayor's points, and especially on sub-area C, because I've been thinking about sub-area C since I moved on from my questions. And that's absolutely an area where you don't need mixed use, but I was also thinking in terms of incentivization, because I used to live on Stanley, which is right near kitty corner to that. You have a lot of families there with no services, and I was thinking about the other public comment as well about we've got a lot of people in this town trying to raise kids, trying to work and grow, and there just isn't a lot that's affordable that's in the downtown area. And thinking about Lot C and getting past this idea of mixed use, would it also be possible to look at incentives for housing, or at least for housing populations in the area where we're looking at services that could be valuable to attract to those sections? So maybe sub-area C doesn't need mixed use, but we do have some structures where we make sure there's enough space for childcare, where we've incentivized a good childcare operator.
That's the thing. I mean, if you have a bottom floor, you take that for a community center, whatever it's used for, childcare, community use, if you're in the building. There's a lot of people I know that don't entertain in their house because it's too small. And so then they have these community areas where they have family gatherings. And so there's just all kinds of different opportunities, but it doesn't necessarily have to be, quote, what really is a mixed use. And it's a little bit confusing, so.
No, that's absolutely fair, yeah. I don't know if this answers your question about incentivization, but I do think it at least shines a light on the variety we could be looking at here that I think would be completely acceptable.
Just adding to that point that Chair and Vice Mayor were just talking about, there already are businesses on the ground floor at C, or at least at that corner of Keller and Washington.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's nothing that we're doing here or that we're talking about in this overlay that would preclude those essentially coming back, or those similar businesses being at the ground floor. So there already is the possibility of mixed use there, and it's shown that corner can support that commercial. So we're just talking about putting something above that.
That's correct. I think with this, we've gotten through each presentation subtopic with questions. Originally, we were going to go through all of these before public comment, and then we'd do public comment, and then we'd come back, and we were going to break it up to do what our feedback was. I am not going to force us to break up our feedback through individual subheaders for what has already been a fairly lengthy meeting. So I'm just going to go from Heidi all the way down for folks to give their feedback to staff. everything you wanted to say, I'm looking at you, Darren, everything that you wanted to say would be acceptable.
Chair, before we start the conversation, just want to say it's getting pretty close to 11 o'clock. We'll need a motion if we want to continue. And like always, if we want to tap out at any time, we just need to make a motion and we can go home. But yeah, we'll need one pretty soon.
I'll make the motion, but we have to be out by no later than 11:15.
Yes, ma'am. I will second that motion.
Okay.
Do we,
We need a roll call.
Commissioner Bauer,
Yes.
Commissioner McKeerling,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly is absent, Commissioner Rackison,
Yes.
Commissioner Wisman,
Yes.
sorry about that. Vice Mayor Cater Thompson,
Yes.
and Chair Hooper.
Yes.
Motion is passed.
Okay, with that and with the clock in front of us, Heidi, why don't you start us off?
All right, I'll be quick because I do want to get out of here too. But I'm generally supportive of it as being this very, very first draft. But of course, the devil is in the details, and there are a lot of details to work out. And you know, if the details aren't, if they don't go the right way, then there could be a time where I'm change my mind about that. So. But right now things are looking promising at least. But I think, we need to talk about things like there are certain things that I would like to see, included like wider sidewalks, like 14-foot sidewalks or something like that. I also would like to add in, and I think that's where HCPC will come in, like really intentional and specific architecture, especially in the areas that are either in or abutting up next to the historic district. So I think we really need to not leave that up to the imagination of the architects, because we've seen some pretty funky things come through, and I think that's what the community is fearful of, to see some funky things come through and it get approved, and I don't think anybody wants that. So I think, we have a general idea of what we think the buildings in this area should look like, and I think we should keep with them. I think that's just what we want our downtown to keep looking like, and I think we can do that. I think we could have it both ways, actually. I think we could have higher density residential developments and hotels, and and keep the quaintness and small town look of our downtown, and I think we can do this. I don't think it's prohibitive. And I'm looking forward to us trying. So some other things that I would like to see, definitely areas for garbage and delivery be worked into it. I know we're not going to talk about parking, but I don't know if parking could be talked about with this, but I like the idea of requiring subterranean parking for residential units. I don't know. I don't know if that could be part of this or not. But let's see. I also let's see, what else did I like? I like the ground floor activating uses to be required, but I also agree with you all that it's not required everywhere in all of these sub areas. Like, there's certain areas in C that I don't think it would be necessary, but maybe requiring it and allow for exceptions might be the way to go or something. That way it starts there, and then they say, hey, look, this area really isn't appropriate for that. Okay, then maybe we can make an exception or something like that. Let's see. I think I maybe just think about what one of the commenters were mentioning about rooftop projections. I don't really, that's something to think about. I don't want this, it seemed like a rational thought that should be considered before moving completely forward. So, and that was my thoughts. So, I'm optimistic, but I'm excited to go down this road and maybe put some think about unblighting these areas that really need some work. So, yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Roger, go ahead.
Yeah. I think I understand the city's desire to, excuse me, increase the economic activity of downtown, but I'm not sure we've done our homework to understand exactly what that needs to be and what's the demand, what's driving things, what will be driving things. Downtown Petaluma is a result of 1850 to 1950, and it's a different world now that we need to figure out how to dovetail back into that. And it seems to me the biggest land use demand is not going to be retail, it's not going to be office, it's going to be housing. And if housing is what we're focused on, let's focus on housing, a little more so than just mixed use. If you're going to do housing for families, I think you need to think about schools and parks. What happens if you increase the population downtown of children? Are we providing for them? Is that part of one development or another development, or is that a city master plan that they implement once they get 3 developments? But it seems like housing is downtown will be attractive if it's attractive housing, and if it attracts families and attracts people who want to live downtown, it's got to be good stuff. So I think we need to focus more, and I really suggest you bring in a housing expert, developer, investor, who can kind of tell you, here's what this comes along with 6 stories or 70 feet. There's some financial issues, insurance issues, fire issues, elevator issues, the whole thing, which all add cost to a project, and we don't know that. So I think we need more homework. I also think that we ought to look at downtown as a whole place, not as A, B, C, or the whole place ought to be looked at. How do you blend with historic? How do you complement historic? How do you improve activity? But it's a downtown core we need to worry about. I'm a little concerned. I think we need to find a way. I support the hotel in some form. It might have to be adjusted, but I support the idea of the hotel. I think it's a great use to bring to downtown. Maybe the rooftop is not a floor. Maybe it's just the rooftop, not an official floor. I don't know what that means in terms of design, but there's a way of reducing it 1 floor by that method. I'd like to see a way of segmenting that process from this overlay process and make the overlay process a little more in depth and make it become part of the general plan process where the audience and the people can be part of that. I just think we're going to run into big headwind trying to force this through as a special overlay zone. I think it ought to be part of an evaluation of the general plan, the housing component, the downtown commercial economics, and a little more comprehensive. I also think we need to understand better the relationship of making more activity downtown and all the other lands that we're considering for housing around the station, around the river. There's a lot of housing that's out there. How much of that population is going to activate downtown? What do they need downtown to kind of make it attractive? So there's housing there's housing everywhere, and I think we need to think a little bit more about what is the balance of it. And the other, I think, is it for sale housing? Is for sale housing affordable, or is it rental housing, or what proportion do we need to worry about? I think having ownership in housing downtown is more important, is important. Rental housing doesn't attract the same culture or the same sense of belonging. And I don't know how the apartments are doing that have been built, but I just think if we could emphasize for sale ownership housing, I think it would do a lot for the spirit of downtown. So that's it. I would like to see, if I were going to pick a direction, I would go Section A only for this effort and just do as little damage as possible to the rest of their potential, resolve the hotel on its own, and then come back with a general plan to deal with this overlay question.
Thank you, Roger. I would like to say at the outset of this, because we got a lot of commentary about how this might destroy what makes Petaluma and the feel of the town. I've lived here since I was 4. I remember when the apartments that are, having lived there, doing quite well. I remember when they were an ugly used car lot. And I remember when the downtown was filled with junk shops that barely made enough revenue to stay open. I remember when the restaurants would close every week. My parents used to have a joke when a restaurant opened in Petaluma, 2 weeks until it's something else. Every single time. I think the adjacent spaces in downtown had an incredibly hard time for most of my childhood trying to stay afloat. I don't think there's a single person in Petaluma who doesn't want to see the downtown flourish and retain what makes it special. And I sincerely hope that certain members of the public can start to understand that nobody here is trying to destroy the city. They're trying to figure out how we transition the city to a future that's coming, whether we're prepared for it or not. And I would like to flag a separate issue, which is we have urban growth boundaries. We care about the environment, we care about climate, we care about not being a sprawl city. Well, if you're not going to be a sprawling city, you have to build up. And it's incredibly difficult not to justify building over, less than 7 stories in a downtown, a location that you could argue there are a few better locations for higher density. We can, to piggyback on what the other 2 commissioners have said, we can absolutely build with more density and still keep a design aesthetic that protects the downtown. I am generally favorable of what this is trying to do. The devil really is going to be in the details for this about what comes back. I would also like to be clear that I'm talking about the overlay. The hotel is a separate issue. I know the hotel is linked to this because it's where it originated, but for me right now, I'm talking about the overlay. The hotel is something we'll look at another time. Making sure that this sits right is going to be critical. And with regards to the general plan, if this is done right, and I think I've heard Andrew say this before, if we can come to a good place with this can be something that fits with our general plan and fits where we're going, as opposed to something that feels like a weird right turn ahead of its completion. So to that end, I would like to see when this comes back, I would like to see more detail about parking. I know there's going to be a parking supply survey, or at least there was last time when on PBAC. I'd like to see how that connects here, because I hear that argument, there's not enough parking. I suspect that's not true. Having lived in Theater Square for years, I can tell you that parking lot's empty most days. And I don't care which weekend you're talking about, it's empty most days. So I'd like to see that, so we have hard data to talk about when we're discussing the influx of new people in our downtown. I'd also like to see how we can better integrate transit opportunities, so we can, with a certain amount of sincerity, really talk about how its proximity to our transit networks can actually reduce the amount of car traffic. Our city, again, is going to grow, whether we're trying to grow slowly or quickly, and we are going to have to deal with the influx of traffic one way or the other with more transit. And this could be a great opportunity for us to show through the overlay how we can kind of marry these different requirements that we're running into, whether it's SPAR or conditional use permit requirements. In terms of ground floor activation, I also agree. I think it should meet the zone it's in. So like we were already talking about before, Zone C doesn't necessarily need to be mixed use. We can talk about having community center at the bottom or having live-work units at the bottom, places where people can naturally kind of do what they need. If I had to pick zones, I would actually go with all 3. I suspect Zone B, it's the definition of being underutilized. It's 2 banks. We could probably do it would be higher cost housing. It's right by Petaluma Market. It's right by the core of the downtown, but that'd be the appropriate place for it. I also think Zone C is a prime example of blight. There's so much that could be done there, and it's severely underutilized. And I wouldn't want to leave it out when we're having an overlay discussion. I think it's stranger to just do A and then say this isn't about the hotel. Because if you're just doing A and you're saying it's not about the hotel, well, it feels a lot like it's about the hotel. I think this is an opportunity for us to use the hotel to do more. And so I would pick all 3 zones. Going back to the proposed findings that were in the exhibits, I think a good chunk of what's there for 75 feet should also apply to 60 feet, like rooftop access, the decks, making sure you have proper, tree activity and foliage. And going back to activation, we should also look for examples, especially for Zone A, where parklet accessibility might be a great way to, I think Zone A is going to be the best example of a traditional mixed-use situation. So maybe parklets are a good use for that to kind of incentivize more activity. And then going back to the historic look of it. I also agree we are going to need that historic resources or historic supply survey that was discussed. I think that's going to be something we really have to dig through, and I know HCDC will have to look through. If we can't keep an overall design aesthetic, we at least need to have good transition. It can't just be a stark jump from 1950s-esque building to modern hotel. There's got to be at least a transition that makes sense. And I don't know if there's the time for this, but I think it's going to be critical. We will need some kind of analysis of the kind of design requirements that should be imposed for projects in these zones that are adjacent to our downtown, because it's just going to keep coming up the more we discuss this. As for setbacks, I would very much like to see required in the findings that those are spaces that are utilized for balconies, for activation. I'd also like to make sure that when we're looking at eye line, that we're actually ensuring that the views they see past our historic structures look like something that might fit the context. I know I'm framing that in an odd way, but making sure that when you're looking past, I know this is a preposterous scenario because this isn't even the right zone, but if you're looking past a building like McNear's and you can see a story above it in the back, make sure that at least looks like it could fit within the same vantage point. And then finally, quite a few people have brought up economic reporting. It would be valuable to understand what the actual costs and complications are when it comes to 5 and 6 stories. What are the kind of developers we can expect? What are the kind of project proposals we can expect? Are we going to do this, but then we really need to start recruiting developers for specific projects that we want to see there? Or is this truly a situation where we won't expect many developers at all for quite some time? And then going back to Roger's point about housing, I absolutely agree that we do need to do some outreach to find out what these kind of what does downtown what do the needs for downtown housing actually look like? What kind of nonprofit developers, for example, could we be recruiting? And I'm just thinking in terms of the transit dollars that are available there, because we're in a natural zone for that. Just thinking about the train station and that development, it won't be quite the same, but there's a lot of potential state and federal revenue that we could be going after. But it would be helpful to know, is there something we could be requiring in the overlay now that would help make that more likely to be possible, or something that we need to take out that would make that harder? And overall, the only other thing I would add to this is it might be beneficial once there is a version of this for us to actually look at that's kind of got more details added into it. I know GPAC is going to have their meeting talking about downtown development. I know it's not typical, but getting feedback from GPAC on what they think about this eventual overlay, considering what they're going to be doing, wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I think it could be helpful for us to get a sense from the folks that are helping us develop the future, how this would feel for them once you've got the more developed plan. And finally, for the next time this comes back and is presented, one thing that will be helpful, I think, for the public, just based on the comments that we heard here today, there is a lot of confusion over what this would mean. And I know it took Andrew and Brian answering several of my questions to get over some of the confusion I had early on with it. But being able to make sure that the public understands we're talking about an overlay that would still follow conditional use permits, that would still follow SPAR. I think those are all going to be critical things for the public to understand, so they don't think we're just allowing large behemoth structures by right if this moves forward. And that's end of my comments, but overall supportive so far, and I would keep the 3 zones. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to first call out, I appreciate the responsiveness of staff in revising the district based on feedback that we've heard. I think this has changed a lot. The specificity has gone up a lot about what we're talking about. And I think that's led to a much more productive conversation. You know, one question I had, this is separate from the hotel, and like the parking study we did with the Hampton Inn, we tried to make the changes to parking across the city almost site agnostic. And I fear that we lose some of the ability to do that because we have an applicant that has certain needs for their proposed site. So the rest of the zoning we're proposing has to at least adhere there. But this is more of a question. If we decide there's merit to this overlay, I mean, are we going to have to approve these at the same time? If we decide, hey, we like this overlay idea and we approve it, and then the hotel gets denied based on the discretionary review built in, does the overlay go away because they were the originating applicant? How does that work? Just so we...
The overlay would happen irrespective of, it's not contingent on the hotel.
Okay, so this overlay process doesn't rely on the hotel to be successful to continue, so they're not kind of inexorably linked.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, though, I am a little concerned with process and with limiting a land use decision based on one applicant's site. Really, what is a broad land use decision that we're going to find in the general plan, we're going to have much bigger, broader discussions about. So to have kind of location in the city restricted to just the downtown area, which you could argue is the most appropriate, but again, it's a restriction then we have placed on this land use analysis. Again, things like setbacks, things like floor area ratio, level, some of that's going to be guided just by their project. So I'm a little concerned with a land use project that lives in, or that has such a tie to one applicant's project that ends up really restricting what we can do with this concept. And likewise for the public engagement process, something I asked a couple times, I know it's difficult, what was to engage property owners in the proposed areas. That's something I want to see with land, when we're affecting more than the applicant who's proposing a land use change. It would be obvious to include those other stakeholders to me. I think that has to be embedded in our process. And likewise, I think of something like the fairgrounds. I think of other projects where the public engagement has, and I know we did the presentation Know Before You Grow at the Women's Club, but I think back and forth, small group breakout sessions involving diverse segments of the community. I mean, maybe the fairgrounds is a prompt for the type of engagement. Maybe we don't have to bring in healthy democracy per se, but to figure out who are the stakeholders that would care about this. How are we hearing from everyone in Petaluma? Because we have one resounding message here at the meeting this evening and that we received some comments on. But I want to make sure that basically everyone's being heard and engaged in a way where they don't feel like they're being told what they should do, but they have that chance for feedback. And I think for those of us who attended the Women's Club meeting, the after process of small breakout groups really proved effective. And that just really gets back to, can we have that kind of engagement right now? I mean, are we on a timeline? And this is another question. Are we on a timeline with the applicant that might limit the type of engagement that's possible? Do we have any meeting limits on this project for planning?
We don't have any, if you're referencing requirements on processing an application, we
Right.
don't have something. I mean, there's a best practice, of course, that we want to abide by. Having said that, the timeline is dictated by us, the people that are in this room today. And so, yes, there is an application on a hotel. That does not dictate a good process here with the community.
Okay.
And I'll just add to that too. Yes, the Permanent Streamlining Act does not apply to legislative actions like this zoning code amendment, so we are okay. We informed the EKN applicants that it wasn't approved because of, not complying with our general plan and our zoning code, so we are good there. And Vice Mayor, did you say 11:15 or 11:30? 11?
Oh.
I said 11:30. No, I said 11:15, but I.
Should we go to 11:30?
Do we have to, we don't have to go through it again for an
Nah,
extra
we're
15
okay.
minutes?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's fine.
great. Just as long as we don't go to 12:30 like last night.
Well, and with that in mind, I will try to wrap it up. But yeah, so I think we've done a great idea of starting to really tease out the benefits, and I appreciate that. I don't want that to get lost on the public who did attend, that we do have to weigh there are actual benefits to this program as well. The proposed overlay has tangible benefits. We've heard a lot about concerns, and I've spoken with a lot of citizen groups that have concerns. But there are tangible benefits to this program. So I really appreciate that we've teased those out. We've done this exercise to try to get specific and walk through what this could look like, what qualifications we could put on this overlay. And I think that leads to a much more productive idea of kind of what the pros and cons are that we're weighing here. I did have some other comments about some of the elements picked out of the general plan. Does this is staff report page 5, consistency with general plan, items 2 and 6. I think we can give a look at those. I think, does this serve to complement downtown's historic context and resources? I think if this was a historic preservation overlay, yes, that is the purpose of it. I think this is going to be kind of trying to balance and not impact those things negatively. So I think just, we can look into the general plan and try to pull elements. I think we just want to be really pulling kind of the strongest consistency with general plan arguments that we can out of there. But yeah, in terms of making a decision, again, feedback from all stakeholders or as diverse a stakeholder group as possible, especially owners impacted by the parcels. Parking study and analysis as much as possible, historical resources study. Obviously, we will see a CEQA checklist on this at some point. We're still in early days. I would love examples. I know in the FAQs, it was hard to give any examples because what is a quote unquote successful overlay? Overlays have a lot of different goals. But I think showing the public where this kind of upzoning has resulted in transitioning areas, even if it's like one example people can sink their teeth into, I think that really helps. So yeah, I'm glad we don't have to make a decision right now because I think we're lacking a lot of the information we would need. So yeah, I'm eagerly awaiting kind of this process as it develops and would advocate for as involved a public engagement process as is feasible. And I don't know if we're doing this kind of on the developer's cost essentially, but as much as is feasible, do the robust engagement process, diverse group of stakeholders, really feel like everyone's being heard. And then we have to consider that if there is a resounding feedback of, hey, we all think this is a great idea as policy people, but people don't want it, I think we have to weigh that in the balance too. So yeah, those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Darren. Rick.
Great. First of all, start off by, I think exceptionally thanking staff for the presentation and the report. This is one of the more complex, multi-layered, challenging and challenged presentations I've seen, just judging from the level of public comment we got. So really appreciate really good job in presenting a difficult topic. So I think, first of all, I'd echo much of what the chair said earlier about, in keeping with our urban growth boundaries, there's trade-offs that we have to make. And one of those is to get density and infill. And if we can't look at our downtown core as a place for that, then we're really starved in order to be able to find those types of denser development. So So I think the community and our goals in the general plan are really furthered by this overlay in the areas that were specified. In terms of architecture, and again, I would agree with what other commissioners have said. There's abundant examples of really good, tasteful, conforming architecture that happens to be greater than 45 feet or greater than 60 feet or even up to 75 feet. So I'm given the fact that we have a basis for guidelines, plus this is also subject to discretionary review, I think we have plenty of opportunities to make sure that the architecture is fitting and something the community would think acceptable. On that note, just one of those examples is the discussion about step back areas and what they do for the building in terms of its architecture and presentation to the surrounding area, but also things like using that as an area for foliage and vegetation in order to break up the mass and add some character to the architecture there. In keeping with the infill idea and the density idea, I actually think a concentration of more development in that core actually makes things like public transit, shared transit, shuttles more feasible, because all of a sudden you have the density of the users in order to make that economically justifiable. So I think there's a lot of marriage between what we want to do in terms of controlling traffic and maintaining traffic with that actually encourages density in that area. And I think the last point I'd like to make is I do think I would support doing all three sub areas together in order to encourage some level of consistency and also reduce kind of the reactive nature of, oh, okay, we did A, and again, we did A because this project was kind of pushing along, but now B, now C, it almost invites a one-by-one reactive approach. And so I think if we're going to put all this thought into what an overlay could be and should be, then I think it's fair enough to consider that as replicable to across A, B, and C. So that's my comments.
Thank you, Rick. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. As far as architecture, it's kind of like art, and everyone has an opinion. And so, as we found out with Fine Balance, but I absolutely support looking at all three of these, because they're all very different, and housing is needed. And so at first I really felt as though we should pare it down. But then after tonight's discussion and really knowing these areas, there's a lot of value to looking at all three of them at the same time. And I think the general plan process, they should evaluate this also, but we can't stop progress because of the general plan. The city still has to move on. As examples, in C, when I see Petaluma Market there, it used to be the Purity, it was right on the street, and then now it's, backed up. But that's a great opportunity site. You see in cities that, the grocery stores on the on the first floor, and then you have housing above and you have parking below. So there's a lot of opportunities that we can look at. And goodness knows, people complain about traffic, and you come across town to the east side because you have to go grocery shopping. So maybe we could spread it out a little bit and have a bigger market on the side of town. These areas, they are blight. B is not blight, but it's becoming blight because one of the banks is gone. But A and C are absolutely blight and have been for a long time. And property owners can determine what they want to do. But we can't stop progress because somebody doesn't want to develop their property, and that's fine. But we can't stop. A city has to continue moving on. And I just wanted to bring up, Haystack was approved, but it hasn't been built. And I think it's because did it not pencil out? Should it have been higher, because the stationary plan only goes to 4 stories, but yet next to a rail is where you really should have gone higher. And so there's reasons why these these projects haven't built. Adobe, the winery building, that's kind of at a stall. Apparently, they've maybe run out of cash, and that's a real problem. So you have to make sure when somebody's going to be developing, they're going to come in here and they're really serious and they have money. I don't care if it's somebody from out of town. A lot of people in the room came from out of town. So I'm not going to tell people, you can't come here, I came yesterday, and nobody else can come. So I'm not into shutting the gates of this town. And it doesn't matter if your family's been here for generations, we still have an obligation. For me, I'm at the tail end of my life. My parents are gone. And, I'm looking for the younger generation and really what our community is going to be looking at. I always look 20 to 30 years out, I say, but this is really a 50-year and long-term plan. And I think we have to look long-term. I was in Israel this last March, and it was just amazing how people were out at all night because they had really wide sidewalks. All the restaurants were wide, and you were really with your community. And then they had great streets that, for bikes and then, cars also. But it was really a community of people that just walk all the time. And everybody, it's like one of the fourth happiest places to live. It's hard to believe, but it is. And if you are in Tel Aviv, it is a vibrant community, and they are building way up. Of course, we're never going to do that. Height does bother me. And I think with discretionary and CUP, we can go ahead and address that site by site. Anything else? Oh, the Cridlers building. That was an Art Deco when it was built. And, so when we're talking about architecture, it's not all, there is Art Deco in our downtown. And so we can't just say that we want to look like we did in, the 1800s and the homes that are on D Street, or the iron fronts. So I don't always want to replicate what you have. You kind of want to enhance and maybe bring something else into the area. And I do want to bring up, there's a building on Washington Street, the pink building on the corner, used to be a TV place, selling TVs. They have a rooftop there. So next time you go, look up and you see a whole rooftop for the people that live there. And and if you look at that building, and if it goes up and if it really tiered in 2 times, it would have had a whole different feel. Instead, you just look at the pink building and you just look up, but you miss the rooftop. I'm just going to talk, city council hat. We do need money. We need revenue coming into this town. In downtown alone, you have the D Street Fire Station needs retrofitting or seismic upgrade, the museum. The trestle needs to be rehabilitated. Our pedestrian bridges, we want to dredge the river. There's all kinds of things that people want. There's no money for this. And that's why sometimes when you look at a project, you do have to look at the economics and what's going to come in. And the things that everybody loves about this town will crumble. So you have to have economics, whenever you're looking at any project. And I just always want to say the theater district, you can't see what's in there because of the design. And if you had actually done storefronts in the front on the boulevard, you would have looked like it was someplace you wanted to go. And it has taken a long time for it really to be vibrant, and it's still not where it should be. And a lot of that is design. So design is extremely important. And I realize this was all predicated on a hotel, and I really don't think it's wrong to have a second hotel in our downtown. You can't compare it to the hotel on the east side or on Lakeville or the Sheraton. It's a completely different hotel. It's more of a high end, and it will bring in people. And I welcome people coming into this community. I'm not putting the gates up. And I was raised in a family that we welcomed everybody. They came to our house, they bought eggs, they bought chicken, and they were welcomed into our home. And that's just the way we were raised. We once had an event, it was called an Al Collins Day, And my parents put it together like with some other people, and they were expecting maybe 3,000 people. 15,000 people showed up on Eli Road at our ranch. And they drove up. My father called the sheriff. They were going to take care of traffic. Nobody anticipated this would happen. Rainier never went through, so it was only Eli Road, a 2-lane road. People came from all other states and started parking on the ranch with these, big motorhomes. We couldn't believe it. But we accommodated all of those people. You pivot really quick. And that's the way I was raised in this town, was to welcome everybody. And I really don't like hearing that I just came here and I really don't want the change. And so that's the end of my comments for the night. And with that, I hope we get to go soon. Make it quick.
Really quick. Something to think about too for staff is if we can use the TOT and some of the taxes from this to go into a segregated fund for some kind of historical preservation, maybe the Trestle project. I think that would do a lot to assuage concerns about impacts on the historical area if some of that money could be segregated like that. So something to think about.
And that can actually happen. That those monies can be dedicated to our historic downtown because the streets certainly need to be upgraded, and there's a lot of improvements that can be done. Thank you.
And since that would absolutely be a council decision, I think for the sake of when we see this next, it'd be nice to just see a menu of where those dollars could go. So historic downtown, the trestle, road repair, dredging, we have a gauntlet of things that need funding. So it would be nice to see that menu. And with that, unless there are any other comments, I'm going to adjourn tonight's meeting. I think we're over time anyway. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight and everyone who stuck around. Have a lovely night.